is about people's lives that we are talking about. I know that they're extraordinary individuals, and because of this I believe that they can do much better. Eidolon sugarcoats it, but he is basically saying, train and practice a little more, bitches. This is not a game. Sometime later Steve asks Eidolon about the universe. If Eidolon has something to share about it. Well, talking about the universe is good. While many of the high-ups of the world think that it's better for the population to be maintained in the dark about this topic, I think that there's no problem in knowing what is out there. Eidolon says and slowly turns his head to the side. To a woman of the production. Do you want to participate in this conversation? He says, gesticulating for the woman to get closer. The place goes silent for a while. The smarter ones start to catch up that something is wrong. The woman in question looks like a deer caught by a car's headlight. You know that running is not gonna help you, right? Eidolon says to her calmly, but apparently is useless because the woman turns and goes in a full sprint in the opposite direction, pushing people out of the way and distancing herself quickly. She looks very athletic and a master of parkour. Eidolon doesn't even react to her fleeing. He shakes his head a little and blurs. What the he dash, Steve starts saying. Overwhelmed by the whole situation, but before he can finish Eidolon comes back holding the woman by the head. Eidolon just appears and is casually holding the woman like she is a puppy, his big palm enveloping her whole scalp. He nonchalantly throws her into the ground. I said that is useless. She tried to crawl away. She looks so helpless that invokes pity in the hearts of the more gentler souls. Eidolon is having none of it. He steps on her right calf. Dog, why are you doing this? Help me. Someone help me. He gonna kill me. She screams hysterically. Eidolon expression doesn't change. Eidolon? Steve asks unsure. Relax, she is making a show. Sorry to purposefully startle you, but I just want to check something. He sighs while looking around. No one knows what he is thinking. Okay, you can stop your show now. Is annoying. He says to the woman. But she doesn't stop. Eidolon rolls his eyes and sigh. He then goes to retrieve something from his utility belt that is in truth only for show. He pulls a golden rope that normally shouldn't have fit in the small pocket. Okay, as you wish. We will do it the hard way. He says and pulls the woman to her feet telekinetically and ties her with the lasso of truth. Strangely, the woman stops screaming that she is in pain and that Eidolon is crazy. But right now, she looks extremely uncomfortable. Now, let me explain. He tightens the lasso on his hand, making it glow. Reveal your true face, he says, as more of a test. In truth, the lasso can do much more than simply make people incapable of telling lies. At some points in the DC comics, Diana showed the capacity of seeing glimpses of the truth in the mind of the tied victims, transport her mind on whoever is tied by the lasso, and even invade people's souls. So, Hector is only a little surprised when the tied woman starts transforming herself into her normal Skrull form. So this thing is the natural enemy of all falsehood, not only lies. Eidolon deduces, this, everyone, is a living Skrull. I talked about them earlier. He says to the shocked audience. This is why I asked if you have noticed while you are using my eyes, Steve. I need to explain another thing. This is one of my weapons. The lasso of truth, anyone tied by it will be compelled to only say the truth. He reveals, not caring about keeping the lasso's main capability a secret. The lasso of truth is one of these weapons that is better to be well known. It's not like it is one of Eidolon's trump cards. The world knowing about it now can spare some time and prevent complications in the future. What is your name? Eidolon asks while keeping her tied. Franna. She says without thinking before realizing that something is wrong and starting to struggle. So, planning an invasion, huh? Eidolon talks like he is asking about the weather. The Skrull holds back for some seconds before answering. Why yes. The audience and the whole world go beyond shocked at this point. One thing is hearing and another is seeing. How long have you been here? Idolin asks calmly. The female scroll continues to struggle but is useless. Her years, more or less. Are you guys behind some of the hate that mutants receive? Yes. Oh. How many of you are here on this planet? I don't know. Compartmentalization, huh? Fair. Idolin shrugs his shoulders and asks other small things. And the world is finally seeing the hero Idolin very close. During the interview, Idolin's friendly attitude made people forget a little about who this man is. A guy who takes his duty very seriously. There are no smiles or jokes. His posture and tone of voice make people unconsciously act respectfully at the moment, not even daring to breathe too loud. After the utter defeat of the female scroll willpower, she can't take it anymore and decide to attack Idolin verbally. You think yourself too high and mighty? Hero of the earth. You're nothing. She spats while looking at him. There's no fluctuation in the hero's eyes, he just continues to look at her silently. Our great empire can end this mudball at any moment if we want. I refuse to believe that you can protect them, she says hatefully. Idolin chuckles a little, but there's no mirth in his voice. The fact that you're still tied by my lasso shows that you truly believe in it. But you guys need to be very unlucky to succeed in destroying this planet. He says with a mysterious look, huh? Steve. Idolin out of nowhere turns to the host. What would you do if someone killed your family? He asks, I don't know. Is the only answer that Steve, that is still shocked by the situation, can give exactly. I also don't know what I would do. He says and then looks at the scroll and goes even more serious. And isn't this scary? He pushes her on the ground with his foot and presses her chest, an empire that can govern an entire galaxy. I can't even imagine it. You guys have Planet Buster's weapons and maybe I really can't defend Earth if you guys go all out. But what I can't imagine is what I would do if your race is so unlucky to really succeed. Idolin's eyes start glowing red and the scroll starts suffocating a little, a man without nothing more to lose. Your race has no one at my level. I know this. So, who would stop me if I start going around your galaxy to repay your race a billionfold? Can you imagine it? With nothing holding back against your race? Can you all stop me? Maybe I would even ally myself with the Kree. Vuff. The horror on her face is palpable. Let me ask you one last question. Where is the woman that you stole the identity from? He softens the foot that was pressing on her chest, allowing her to breathe more freely now. Huff in the producer's bathroom cabin. The scroll answers, good. Now you can go. Idolin dismissively unties the female scroll and retrieves his lost son and then takes his sit again. Everyone is confused. What? Go now while I'm feeling generous. The agents are already coming to take you in. Here, a portal to a random close alley. Idolin says, opening a portal. You didn't hurt anyone, so just go away and tell your queen to give. Up on Earth is not worth it. He says nonchalantly. Franna. The female scroll looks at him for a moment before passing through his portal. Idolin just watches her silently and does nothing. Now that I showed a little example, let's talk about the universe. Idolin says without care. Is this really okay? Steve asks about letting the scroll go. What? You want me to kill her? I'm not afraid of conflict, but there's no need to directly seek it either. She is irrelevant in the great schemes of things, and I refuse to give them the moral high ground to invade us attacking first. If they come as invaders and will be treated as such. I will give them a last chance to leave us alone. What he doesn't say is that he has the means to track her now, so he is just realizing her to discover more. Do you think that they will do that? Steve asks a little worried. Maybe, maybe not. Don't worry. They are a big empire, they can't move so many resources to deal with us. Because of this, they use these tactics. I already checked that no world leader was secretly substituted for a Skrull, and I already unveil their scheme. They will need to do it the hard way now. And isn't this bad? I mean, relax. Let me tell you a little about the universe first, the other galaxies and the people that inhabit them. First, our galaxy has no overlord. Is a very lawless place, really. The closer galaxies are all ruled by someone, like the Kree, Skrull or Shi'ar Empire. None of these races are very amicable. You don't become the ruler race of a galaxy by being a pacifist. He says talks a little without revealing too much is good to increase Eidolon's credibility. In the future, his words will be proven true, so people will listen to what he has to say in important decisions. So is no surprise if these unified galaxies come here to do whatever they want. Steal resources and kidnap people. Here is also filled with criminals and space pirates. But why we are still not conquered yet? He asks rhetorically. Well, first the other races are disputing between themselves is also unnecessary to put much effort here, so they take it slow. But the main reason is, he pauses to build suspense. We are filled with individually strong people. Our galaxy is full of planetary-level monsters. Odin is a good example. He is one of the strongest in the universe and has no interest in ruling more than the 9 realms. There are strong people in the other galaxies? Yes, but is rare and they're too precious to risk losing here fighting against us just for a mud ball like Earth. But most of them are overall strong as a human, maybe Captain America level. After all, they have years ahead of us to study genetic enhancements and cybernetic augmentations. So they are afraid of us? Steve asks surprised, yes. Can you imagine it? They deploy 50 million battleships to conquer Earth. A total overkill. And then, a Magneto or another someone crushes them easily. Thor blasts them in smithereens. The loss would be too big. He continues, you need to know. We are not that defenseless in the universe, but we should be in a better situation. People like me and the other metas are assets and are respected out there. We could cheat our way to the top, but... He shrugs his shoulders and doesn't elaborate because there's no need. He already talked extensively about this question. As a side note, for a long time, Hector was torn to decide how he would present the alien problem. The more easy way would be to make them an enemy. A foreign enemy always makes people unite easily. This would be a faster solution to the treatment of the metas, but would let problems a long term. By the way, I need to say, not all aliens are bad. Don't generalize. Generalization is stupid. There are all types of people out there, we just met the bad ones for now. He says he felt no guilt in painting the Skrulls in a bad light. They bring a bunch of problems manipulating public opinion in the comics, making the heroes have a hard time. Will this give birth to some sort of alien xenophobia? Maybe. But this also can be easily remedied with an alien hero helping Earth at some point. I see. That is all that Steve says to Eidolon's explanation. Still worried, Steve? Eidolon asks gently. Yes, I'm a little yes. He confesses, don't be. Earth is safe for a long time. That was obviously not the first invasion. We just see it now because the means of communication are not good and information was suppressed. In the past, many special and remarkable people protected Earth from the shadows. We are not pushovers. I will protect you. I will die before Earth is destroyed. And believe it, I'm very hard to kill. Eidolon tries to lighten the mood and he makes people smile a little, but there's still some unease in the air. I would prefer that you not die too. Steve says, yes me too. But this would be the preferable outcome if there's no other option. Eidolon looks a little more serious now. Can you imagine it? Your home planet is destroyed and you survive? In the universe, all alone. He says with a distant look. It's because of this that I don't like the Avenger name. If we can't save Earth, you can be sure that we will avenge it. Is a good threat, I just did that. But to me, if Earth is bound to be destroyed and is really inevitable. He takes a deep breath. I think I would want to be the first to die. He reveals. People stay in silence for a while before they start applauding him. Eidolon just raises his arms slightly in gratitude. As a planet, we are way behind in everything. Eidolon explains the difference between Earth and other planets in the universe. Well, it's not like we are the last in line. Many planets must have our lower of technology and development. But when comparing ourselves to the average planets that can actively participate in the universe's politics, economy, and other things, we are really severely lacking. We are literally divided into all important social and political questions. Almost 200 countries, different currencies, and other things that generate inequality. Eidolon put his hand on his forehead, tired. We literally discriminate between ourselves for skin color. Our skin doesn't even have a different color, it's just tonality. Let me say, the Krees distinguish for skin color. They're a horrible example to follow, and even them separate themselves in blues, pinks, and is not like they discriminate because of color. There are much more other things involved, like money, status, and bloodline purity. We still haven't even reached another planet. What I'm trying to say is, me and the older heroes can buy time, but we are not the solution. We could help the planet rises up. I know that we have the potential. The day that I'm not necessary anymore will the happiest day of my life. Eidolon sighs with a smile after some applause of the audience. Steve smiles and jokes, like Mary Poppins? Yes, when you all be happy I'm flying away in my umbrella, Eidolon jokes. Looks troublesome having to take care of all these kids of the planet, Eidolon. We are 6 billion. Steve continues laughing. You tell me. 24/7 and I'm not even paid. He says with fake outrage. After this, the interview go back to a question-answer dynamic. Eidolon answers the doubts Steve and the audience have about the universe. How close are the habitable planets? And other sci-fi questions like if hyperdrive is real and others. He hid important information. Obviously, but he still said a lot. He discovered these things by studying the Chitauri database, and coupled with his own meta-knowledge, he knows a good amount. He has no problems in sharing the basics because, in his own words, I believe that a population well-informed has benefits that outclass the disadvantages. Like now, you guys would be much harder to be tricked by the Skrulls. The direction of the interview starts to deviate again to other topics when he talked about the differences in culture. When dealing with other races, it is important to not use our human lenses and human sensibilities to judge them. We are not the center of the universe. Maybe a planet has the custom of eating its elders. To us is barbaric, but who is us to judge? Maybe even the elders approve that with a mindset like, we would be doing our last good deed helping the next generations. This makes people ask Eidolon about his take on other social questions of Earth, like the LGBT, the Palestine-Israel conflict, and others. Do you want the truth? I don't care. I treat everyone equally, like people. Dividing people by religion, sexual orientation, gender, or nationality is so petty. You guy has no idea how pathetic is it. When a woman talked about something that Eidolon said about men and women and talked about male privilege, Eidolon decided that was enough of their little games. I see what you guys are trying to do here. Trying to make me look bad about what I said early about women. Tisk. You guys are too early in the cancel culture to try this on me. He thinks, you guys want to talk about gender? He looks around, I can talk about gender, is not what I came here, but let's go. Being so direct can make some people hate me. But is progress when people don't hate me more for being a mutant? And when haters rise, diehards fans rise too. Eidolon thinks, let's create some controversy. He straightens himself on his chair and starts. It's funny how you guys really hold a grudge in what I said. And the only thing I said is for men to focus on themselves and forget about women. You guys act like I said to ambush you all at night and spank you. Tisk. I have some insight to give. Steve, do you know the best thing about being powerful? He turns to the host. Fear nothing. Almost. The answer is freedom, Steve. I'm free to do what I want, only my own morals say otherwise. So, I can say whatever I want, whatever I believe is true without fearing reprisal. He shrugs, I'm not a celebrity, I don't depend on fans to exist. So you guys can trust me in everything that I said is what I think. I'm not trying to please anyone. I really want what is best for you all, and because of this, I said, I'm Eidolon and I speak hard truths. So let's start. First of all, discriminating against someone for gender and the other things that I mentioned is dumb. Eidolon says to laughs, really, some people are really stupid. I have seen some newspapers and other media calling me misogynist because I beat Amora. TSK. Are you stupid? I will explain my life philosophy about true gender equality. I hope this can enlighten you all. Eidolon says exaggeratedly. Start telling a secret? The world is unfair. Whoa, no one knows about that. Eidolon says sarcastically, people can have easy and privileged lives if they have a good appearance, born in a first world country, things that are impossible to control and the person has no merit in it. People are treated better if they have these advantages. It is a natural thing of our race. And I refuse to be part of it. You, lady, talked about male privilege, so can you say one privilege or right that a man has that you don't have? Eidolon points to the woman that asked, The woman pauses a little, even the producer lady holding the mic to her frowns while trying to think about it. Right now I can't think of any of it. She says a little embarrassed, you can't think because there's none. Laws are for all. If you're mistreated for being a woman, that would be an individual case committed by an individual person. I can even go farther and say, Eidolon looks to the side and asks, Steve, do you know who are the most privileged people on this planet? I'm not sure now. This looks like a tricky question. You're right about that. The most privileged people are Western women. White ones even more so. And the ones that are beautiful and below the age of 25 are basically demigods. He says to some gasps of outrage of the audience, I think you guys have even more power than me. He jokes, I'm serious, you guys can do almost anything and will be protected somehow. I'm tired of seeing a situation where a woman is the one in the wrong against a guy and people appears to defend her. They assume that she is the victim always. Always. He points out, you know, Steve. I started a little side project to study inmates and their cases to help the ones that are put in jail unjustly. He says to the host, whoa, that's nice. I'm sure that many people are in jail for being innocent. Our system can fail sometimes. The host says appreciatively, yes, I just started and I plan to release the information with the help of Anonymous so that the cases can be opened again. I also investigating corrupt cops, by the way. But continuing, let me say that I found in this country, the USA, 192 guys unjustly condemned to prison for rape. Exclamation point. And if we see other minor sexual offenses, the number increases even more. Eidolon looks at the host seriously. These men are innocent. There's no proof beyond the women's words accusing them and they're put in jail. How ridiculous is to them to need to prove that they are innocent instead of the other part prove them guilty. Damn, I don't know that. And everyone knows how much a sexual offender suffers in prison, right? Can you imagine being innocent and being in this situation? Eidolon says looking around, another double standard Steve, sexual assault against women is a serious thing. But against men are jokes. How many movies or other things on media made light of men being made a little girl in prison? Is that funny? I don't see it. To me is serious in all situations. He says frowning, you girls believe that men have much better lives, and is because of this that you all are so offended when I talked defending men. How dare he try to make men have even better lives? They don't have enough privileges. I can almost hear your thoughts. He continues, the truth is, nowadays a woman can destroy a man with a few words. My advice to men to stay always from you girls is to them protect themselves from bad women like you all must have received some advice about staying away from bad men. Our boys never received something like that. Can you imagine it? You're living your life and then all of a sudden your ex-girlfriend or just a woman that you have a small fling with goes to the police and accuse you of violence. It's over. Your life is over. Your reputation is lost, your credibility. You lose scholarships, job, a bunch of hero wannabes will want to hurt or kill you. As hell. And bad women do it without a shred of guilty. So I repeat, my boys, don't chase women. Is much more worth being alone than with some people. People are people. There are bad men, there are bad women, there are bad black people, and there are bad metas. Simply as that. The difference, we are held accountable for our mistakes. When a man does something against a woman, he will suffer from their fellow men, in society, in prison. If a meta abuses his power against innocence, I will be the first to drop from the sky in his head, but in most cases, the subtle violence against men goes with no punishment. Idolin raises his shoulders. My life philosophy is simple. I will not treat you better because you have a good appearance, you're rich, or you're a woman. But I will not treat you badly if you're ugly, poor, or whatever. Only your actions can increase or diminish my respect for you. At this moment, a woman stands up and raises her hand. An assistant producer goes with the mic to her to talk. Idolin, and what about the pay gap between men and women? This wouldn't be a male privilege. She says, very proud of herself, and many women agree with her. Well, the pay gap is a myth. Idolin cuts already everyone. Is stated by law that everyone should be paid equally to do the same job. If you're a woman and is not paid the same amount as your male counterpart, you can go to justice and receive a hefty indemnity. No business owner or CEO would be an idiot to risk it. Idolin says simply, you probably take this information of women being paid less in some graphs or research. The truth is these graphs do not take into account overtime. Men normally work in average of 48 hours a week while women work 42 hours a week. So not mentioning this fact makes appear that men receive more. Really? Damn, this makes sense. Steve comments, and before anyone says something about women in sports, they play the same amount and receive less. Capitalism. That is my simple answer. Men's sports are more interesting and bring more revenue. Can you imagine how much money I and other heroes would make if we go play, let's see, a simple game of dodgeball and sell tickets to watch? He said, I bet many people would like to go see. In fact, this not even a bad idea to charity. He appears to be thinking of doing this in the future. Anyway, to illustrate it more, I will make a question to you guys in the audience. Idolin says and rise from his chair, raises your arm to option and don't raise your arm to option B. The hero says, option A. Do you prefer working as a CEO of a prestigious company without being paid? Option B. Or work in a low-end job like working on the sewers, picking the trash, for $150,000 a year. You have to work on these jobs for 10 years. Only after this you can quit. Idolin says the audience raises their hand. And the people that choose the option A are all women. No man chooses the option A. While some women choose option B and all men choose this option too. That's it. This difference in mindset can explain the pay gap between men and women. The more. Do you all really think that someone wants to work in the sewers? Does that someone grow as a child dreaming of picking trash? No. Everyone wants a high-level job, but not anyone can get it. How many people do you think failed to achieve success of Steve? He points to the host, thousands, probably. The host answers, yeah, these jobs are rare for a motive. And the difference between men and women is, while women can always settle in being a housewife or a stay-home mom, a man that fails to acquire these jobs will need to work in another something. Idolin looks around. Many of you women say that there are things that men will never understand about you all. But I can say that you also will never understand the constant social pressure that a man is under to provide for everyone close to him. 90% of the dangerous and very essential jobs in our society are made by men. Plumbing, power lines, things that keep the world spinning. We have no other option, we need to do those things. That was what being a man is. Do things that you don't want for others. And the sad reality is that we are rarely appreciated for it. At this point, the many men in the audience applaud Eidolon. In the past, we treated women like queens and ladies to be treated like kings and sirs. Nowadays, if you treat someone like a queen, she treats you like a servant. Don't be a simp, fellas. Eidolon reinforces his point again. Chivalry is dying. Guess who is killing it? Let's talk about feminism. He continues, first of all, feminism is great. Gave women the power to vote, learn, work, and be independent. This brings dignity, you know? Being capable of acquiring your own money gives peace of mind and is very liberating. Many women have freed themselves of abusive relationships thanks to that. But, he pauses, already served its purpose. Women are equal to men. By the way, in truth, the whole feminism movement is just a tactic of the big companies to create a consumer market. Stay-at-home wives have no purchasing power after all. But you guys are not ready to talk about it. Wait, what? Anyway, Eidolon continues ignoring the shocked expressions. After gaining what they want, I think feminism lost a little of their north. And because of this, there's so much hate against men. Look at me, the meta question. I don't ask for any law to protect us, or quotas or whatever. I just ask to metas be capable of going out on the streets without being beaten up, and have the chance of working. The bare minimum. And I think I will acquire those things by educating the people. And I think the same about feminism. Violence against women is a reality, but the individual bad men that does this are not gonna stop because you all screams hate against men. Sincerely, I think makes things worse. I think feminism should focus in teaching respect at an early age and gives the example of tolerance. This is an interesting take on this question. Steve comments, recently I watched an interview on TV, and a woman is talking about how the man holding the door to a woman is misogynist. Something about we exercising our power of the patriarchy unconsciously controlling the coming and going of the woman. Eidolon makes a face at Steve. The host holds back his laughter. I mean, this is an example that nowadays the movement mostly attacks men for anything. It's just a door, people. It's just being polite. Don't think too hard. Sorry to the real feminists that really work hard to protect women, but the bad part is taking over. Can you imagine me? If I come here and attack all of you talking how you all are ignorant, violent, murderers because of a small part of the humans that treat the metas like lesser beings. He says, makes sense. No one likes being personally attacked or generalized. At this point, another woman raised his hands to talk. Eidolon, and about the double standard of the man that sleeps around is a playboy but a woman that does the same is a slut. She asks and receives some nods from the audience. In this I half agree with you. Eidolon says, I think slut-shaming is the term used nowadays. Sincerely, I agree that you could do whatever you want with your body, but I don't recommend it. I will explain later. But let me explain why women are shamed in this way. He adds, an old man. Whatever, scratch that. My grandfather once told me, a key that opens many locks is a master key, but a lock that opens to any key is useless. Eidolon says making Steve hold back his laughter again is a very misogynistic way of saying it, but I need to agree. This is one of the differences between men and women. It's easy to women to get sex, so why should we praise you for it? He says reasonably, sincerely I don't approve of a hedonistic lifestyle for any of the genders. Eidolon says, maybe is only my perspective, but sex is disgusting. Steve laughs in Eidolon's declaration, sincerely I can understand what you're talking about. Yeah, you guys have no super senses so don't know what I'm talking about. I believe is an intimate moment that you shouldn't share with just anyone. But is expected that the men need to conquer many women and the woman to keep herself chaste. Weird paradox. Don't be pressured, people, that I have no shame in telling my body count, by the way. Try to guess it, Steve. Eidolon turns to the host. 1,000? Who do you think I am? Thor? Stark? Less. Well, You look the serious type. 50-inch, less. 30, less. 10, less. Even Steve is looking at Eidolon strangely now. I'm not lying. I'm holding the lasso. He raises the golden rope in his hand. 5, less. Is not possible. 1. Congratulations. Just 1. He says calmly and puts away the lasso. He looks around a little and chuckles. I can almost feel some of you thinking less of me and other thinking better of me. But that it is. Even if it's shameful for a man having a low body count. That's mine. I really think that sex was banalized nowadays. In this, I can agree with you. This internet. Steve comments, do you know that the ancient people believed that when you have sexual intercourse with someone, you give a part of yourself to the other and take a part of them in exchange? Some spiritual belief from the past. Because of this, there's this belief that magic users kept themselves virgins and virgins are used in sacrifice. Their soul would be pure. Eidolon shares, like the nuns and fathers? It can be. The truth is sex is great, helps your body, mind, but having casual sex with someone that you will never see again. Every week. Disgusting. There's needed a minimum level of trust and affection to this, my underrated opinion. If the vision of our ancients is true, people's souls nowadays are looking like mosaics, he jokes, hee. There's another difference between men and women. To men, sex can be physical. No problem. Women tend to have a more emotional take on sex. This comfort the fact that they have a much more high E.Q, emotional quotient, than us men. This comes from our evolution. If we look at our natures, we, men, are made to efficiently increase the population. Our orgasms are quicker, we recover fast and many other things. Don't laugh, I talking scientifically here. Hey, go on. I just thought that no woman can blame a man now. Is our evolution, ladies. That is how we are made. Ha. Eidolon shakes his head at his joke. The thing is, while a man can separate well old relationships, women tend to bring this whole baggage emotionally. So, is a man choice to prefer women with low body count? Sorry, but is a fact. Another woman tries to talk again. And what about harassment like catcalling and groping that women suffer every day, Eidolon? He answers calmly, it's a fact that women are truly more prone to be at the receiving end of these types of crimes. And there are laws to punish the offenders. Even we men, punish them like I talked early. The problem is the bad ones that misuse the power that you have. Sorry to say the obvious, but women can't be the villain in certain cases. And is catcalling really that bad? He asks while frowning. A man needs to give his shot? Some are bad at it. Is disrespectful. The woman says with certain, being treated like an object, makes us uncomfortable. Interesting. Eidolon puts his chin in his fingers. I remember that when I take off my mantle to show my body transformations, you all screamed, whistled, and said some rude things too. Including you, my dear. I remember very well. Isn't that catcalling? He looks at them with a gotcha look. Steve is again covering his face to not show how much he thinks that this is fun. You guys should practice what you all preach. Is it just because I'm a man that I can't feel uncomfortable? This is another double standard. I have seen some cases of guys that rejected women grabbing their butts or other advances, and in response, they are called gay or even attacked by the said woman. How dare a man reject my advance? I'm a woman. And we can't even fight back because we are the bad guys if we act just a little more aggressively. Like demigods. He says. In the Xavier Mansion, this guy is really a universe ahead of all of us. Kitty comments, he is playing chess while we still learning checkers. Jubilee adds, he is arguing with a bunch of women. Spike says, and winning. Kurt completes, he is really the best of us. He is the chosen one. Warren says, he can beat us in our own game. He is too powerful to be left alive. Kitty jokes, maybe this is why these women are so angry with him. Jean says, Back to the studio. By the way, I'm not bashing women. Idolin says, do you think I understand it or looks down on women? I just want you all to notice that, yes, there are bad men out there. But there are bad women too. Women aren't always the victim. And violence against men, made by women, is much more subtle. Stay on guard, my boys. Like always is good advice, Idolin. Looking back, I can see many moments when I suffered this subtle violence. I haven't noticed till now. Steve says, it's normal, we are used to this. Is normal for a woman to use physical violence against a man. She is a woman, her attacks don't ever hurt. Now go man, slap a woman's hand away. Try it. Is simply not fair. And because of this I preach gender equality. Haha. To end this gender debate, let me talk about relationships. Maybe the linchpin of our species. He pauses to wait for people to focus on him even more. Like always, men and women are not the same when the subject is relationships. Let me explain and give some counsel to my boys. First, men's and women's views of relationships are different. They seek different things, have different times, and act differently. It's not weird that many marriage fails nowadays. By the way, 80% of divorces are started by women, just to keep it in mind. I talked early about my preoccupation with men's mental health. You know that I can watch the world more easily thanks to my super senses, so the things that I saw give me some propriety to talk about this. Let me share it. A man is a simple creature, to the point that we are a little dumb. He say to laughs, we have different preferences, but all of us want a somewhat cute girl that treat us well. That's it. Secret revealed. I sign it. Steve raises his hand. Now, women. His pauses bring more laughs, and he already improved the mood again. I have an IQ bigger than the number of people in this building, empathic powers, and super senses enough to catch the minimal details of someone's expression. And is still hard to me to figure out women. Even more laughs. But now, even I, with my now revealed small experience with women, can tell some things. Women, in general, are attracted by the Trinity 6. Trinity 6? 6 feet tall, 6-pack and 6 figures. Idolin says to the realization of everyone, obviously I'm generalizing and personal preferences can vary. If you're funny, handsome, and other things are good too. So where do I want to go with this? A normal and average man in his 20s doesn't have these things. So they are invisible to women. You can imagine what this does to the mind of an average youngster. While women are in their best phase, this moment is when most of the men are at their lowest. They question themselves, their worth. Remember what I talked about men being appreciated by how much they provide? So, how can a 22 guy bursting his ass in college and working half-time provide to someone? They almost can't survive for themselves. And this is where my early advice enters. I said to you guys to stop chasing women and focus on yourselves. This is a difficult time for you. I know. Miyamoto Musashi, a famous samurai, has an interesting life philosophy. He believed that pain is an important part of life and we should accept it like we accept happiness and blessings. Many humans tend to run away from it, turn to the other side, and try to mask the pain. But trying to avoid pain is detrimental to us. There's no easy life, my fellas. Musashi believed that we should build ourselves to the point that we can tolerate pain and welcome it. Use pain to grow. Most of us do this at some point in our lives. After a heartbreak, a death of a loved one. These things are a wake-up call to us, right? Remember my advice. We, men, have to continue forward even in pain. No one is coming to save you, my friend. Do you have problems? No one care. The earlier you accept this reality and start working yourself to be capable of standing on your feet alone, the better. His speech brings applause and cheers from the audience. He lets them for a while before continuing. And because of this, I tell you guys to not simp. Life advice of Idolin. We have 3 currencies in our life, my friends. Money, time and energy. He raises 3 fingers. And you all waste your important currencies on random girls that don't even care about you? Time is limited to everyone. If you're rich enough, you can buy other people time to spare your own. Money, if you're not born with it, the only way is to work for it. But to do this, you will need energy. And because of this, I preached about you taking care of your body. By the way, is much easier for a woman to become rich in the marriage. Women never date low. So to my boys, the only way is working. Well, you can try to be a criminal, but then I will catch you. He jokes, work hard fellas, your time will come. Wanna know when? In your 30s. The Dolan says, so specific. Steve comments, yeah. Do you want to know why? Another difference between men and women. Women after their 30s start decaying the things that a man search, good appearance. Men? Men age like fine wine. Steve, how long have you been on TV? Idolan asks light-hearted 18 years. And you haven't aged a day. Seriously? Did this man changed in anything? Idolan asks the audience. Many people laugh and say, no. We men are at our peak of tour 30s. So relax if you are having a hard time in your 20s. Work hard and believe in yourself. Your time will come. He advises, I know that maybe you're terrified of being a loser. Maybe the world is telling you that. But it's bullshit. Everyone has great potential. You can do it. I will issue a challenge to the boys. Women can participate also. Idolan raises his hand. 180 days. 6 months. During this time, dedicate 1 hour of your day in doing something productive. Go to the gym, read a book, practice a sport, find a hobby. At the end of this time, you will have changed. 6 months is the time needed to you to become a much better version of yourself. And this is just the start. This is only the beginning of you putting yourself on the right path. My name is Idolan, which means an idealized person or thing. I choose this name to inspire people in being better because it's what I'm trying to. Hard work will not betray you. After many more applauses, Steve comments, sincerely, this is a good surprise, Idolan, you advising the young. Now I'm really seeing the problem. When you talked early about the advice to young men when they are in trouble is, man up, really make me think. Not all boys out there have father figures or someone to look up. They will need to learn to try and make mistakes. And some of these mistakes can cost a lot. I'm glad that you can be an example. Thank you. At this moment, Steve stands up to give Idolan a stand-up ovation and everyone follows him. The man sat to talk a little and ended the questions about racism, religion, abortion, and now is solving misogyny. Bobby Drake comments, well, more than listen, people need top UT in practice his words. Gene completes. Another interesting topic to approach is marriage, Steve. Idolan says to the host, men need to be careful in their marriage. True. And is funny the inversion of the power dynamic in the marriage. Idolan laughs with himself. I said early that women can have sex when they want, and the men have sex only when the women want. Marriage is the opposite. The man only marry when he wants and the woman when can. I never thought about that. Steve laughs. This moment of deciding if we'll marry and when we'll marry is the only moment where a man has the power in a relationship nowadays. And after this, the power is with the woman again. Steve jokes, exactly. Sincerely, I always thought that is weird how much power over the man the woman has in the marriage. Deciding things on the house, making the husband sleep in the couch, and using sex as a bargain chip. And is even weirder how these things were talked with laughs. He says more seriously now, marriage is unfair to the man. If the woman decides to leave the man, she takes half of his money, the house, the kids. Guys, don't marry so easily. They will try to pressure you. We're together 4 years when we are gonna marry. You need to put a ring on my finger for it. Do you want a wife paying the price of a girlfriend? HMPF. Mind games, my good men. Not all women are like that obviously. But you need to guard against the ones that are. If there are men out there that cheat, scam, and lie to have sex, there are women out there that do the same for marriage. Sometimes they don't see you as a partner, a companion. They see you like a retirement plan. Choose well, always sign the prenup, independent of anything, and do DNA tests on all your kids. Idolin advises, pointing to the camera. DNA test? Isn't this going too far? Steve asks, unsure. I wish. 1/5 of the marriages have children that are not of the husband, that the wife scammed him. Idolin says, damn, seriously? Yeah. Men have this other fragility. They can be scammed to paternity. Sad but true. Oh, I'm shocked. Do you want me to check on yours, Steve? Idolin asks, what? No, I trust my wife. He says with certain. Idolin looks at him for a moment before disappearing. Some seconds later he comes back to the same position. Safe, all are yours. Sorry, but I have gone check. You can hate me, but now you have peace of mind and is all on me. Idolin says simply. Steve looks at him. He doesn't comment, but deep down he is grateful. All men want to be sure, but is a difficult subject to approach. You know what? I will do it with everyone here. Idolin says before standing up. He points his wrist to the audience and a blue light scans everyone. Around Idolin many holoscreens appear showing the face of the people in the audience. They social media accounts and other things. Then Idolin disappears. Some minutes later he come back. The first thing he says is, from the 211 in the audience, 63 are a couple with children, and from these, in 11 marriage there are children that is not from the husband and he is being cheated on it. Idolin declares. Gasps and other exclamations of surprise could be heard. Idolin raises his hand showing a bunch of cards. I have written in these cards if you're being cheated on or not. If all the children are yours, on the card is written the word safe. If not, is written you're not the father and the name of the kid and other information. Idolin makes the cards float and go to their owners. If you don't want to know, just destroy it. You need to remove the cover to see the truth. You can open it at home too. The choice is yours. He said and gives the cards. Most of the men open the thing immediately and sigh in relief. Others hide well, but Idolin can see their grief. Men are better at holding to themselves. Others don't dare to open the card for now. An interesting turn of events is when two of the women snatch the card away from their husband's hands. Confusion ensues. Will you trust him more than me? The woman screams. The guy is shaking and almost crying. In the end, he decides to get out. The woman following him, are you happy now? She screams at Idolin while getting out. No. He answers evenly to the ones that can hear. Hurts but is necessary. Idolin slowly sat, looking a little tired. He sighs. Men's life is full of hardships. And because of this, I advised you to only seek a relationship when you're happy with yourself. This is full of emotions tonight. Steve comments, the sad reality. And no one talks about this. No one screams to protect men or teaches them to protect themselves. We men aren't always the villains that we are portrayed to be. We are seen as potential rapists, but are also potential helpers, providers, defenders. He looks at the audience. Do you women understand that a man can die for you at any moment? He asks seriously, and I'm not even saying of your father, brother, or son. A stranger man can put himself at risk to help you. It's in our DNA, our evolutionary process. We would die for you all. And we accept it, we don't fight against it. He points to one of his haters in the audience. You, lady, that doesn't like me very much. I would die for you. He says with all seriousness of the world. The woman can't speak anything, is the path that I choose. Maybe this whole hero thing deep down is some sort of masculine instinct to protect the others. Idolin raises his shoulders. In an expression of, maybe, I have a talk with Spider-Man one of these days and he said, with great powers, come great responsibilities is his philosophy in his hero duty. We men are, generally, stronger than the women and we would protect you all. I live for my own motto too. A strong man can defend himself, but a stronger man can defend others. I'm very proud to say that, during the invasion, have seen many of my fellow men helping people in need, putting themselves at risk. He says, something like 95% of the people helping others, carrying injured, pulling someone from debris, going the opposite direction to rescue and risking their lives during the invasion are men. It's our instinct. The good side of masculinity is when people only treat it as something toxic. Many people in the audience at home nod in approval. After Eidolon receives another ovation, he continues. Now I will say my life philosophy. Eidolon says, by all means go on. Well, I joke about being an advocate of true gender equality when I hit a woman. Amora in the case, but it's true that women have certain privileges. Amora has people defending her. That psycho and horrible Asgardian has people taking her side. But because she is a woman and she is beautiful. I found it disgusting. He shows his displeasure in his eyes. Recently I met a criminal, the Black Cat. Most of you guys must know her. She steals things. Sincerely, she never hurt anyone and I was busy with other things. So I just took back what she has stolen and let her run away. She has some circumstances that are not my place to tell. She's not that bad, really. But I'm telling you this because she has fan club. Eidolon chuckles. Why she has a fan club? He gave the people a judgmental eye. Must be her wonderful personality, sure. He says sarcastically. Hey, is not my fault that you men are a bunch of simps? Felicia Hardy comments while watching Eidolon. She then looks at her costume and the big cleavage. I mean, I help, but it's all on you guys. Anyway, in the end, the good treatment that women receive from men and even the attacks that she receives come from one thing. Men see them as sex. That's it. I confess. When a man met a woman, the first thing he thinks is sex. Some people look around strangely, but I'm different. I transcended that and see women as a person first and always, and this is awesome. This allows you to know the person more, beyond the looks, and makes you focus on other things. I met incredible women and people recently. They're smart, funny, empathic, hardworking, good. Change is nothing that they are women. Do you think I will look down on women? Please. In my line of work, if I underestimate or be seduced by a woman, I will receive a 15 centimeters hot needle in my eye. He jokes to Steve. This looks surprisingly specific. Has it happened before? Steve asks conspiratorially. No, I will never be caught lacking. He jokes, and with powers in the mix, why think that women are less? Please, I'm not stupid. I will always maintain a respectful distance from women, not treating them like gods and not treating them bad till their actions make me do it. There are only advantages in having this mindset and encouraging all men to adopt this way of thinking. The attention-seeking women will not have their underserved attention from men, and is good for the women too. If more men have this mindset, sexual assault and harassment will diminish. Isn't this what you all want? I recommend. Try it. I know it's hard. Men are naturally very horny. He jokes again, making the people laugh. And I'm not even kidding. Men are horny 90% of the time. True, I also confess. Steve enters with his words, and this is another strange double standard, Steve. How? Foremost, why is socially accepted a woman to rage, cry, making drama when her hormones act up? Why should a man be all careful with them at this point? He asks, but male hormones are a motive of shame. Testosterone makes us prone to violence and horny, but is a motive to shame us, and if we don't control it, we're savages. I never thought about that. Imagine an 11-year-old kid found an adult magazine or an adult website. He looks at it, confused about why that images make his body act strange. His mother found him and berates him, shaming him. This is wrong, don't look at that. But why not explain? Maybe we should do sex education to little boys differently. Teach them that it's normal to feel like that. but is necessary to respect the boundaries of women, and having good control over it can improve their life quality. Teach to channel this energy into others' activities. Maybe fewer sex offenders would exist too. Eidolon finishes. Don't you want to give counsel to the women too? To them not feel left out. Steve says diplomatically to help Eidolon. The hero chuckles and says, "All right, I can do it. The same thing that I said to the men. Build yourself to be better. But with one twist." A more specific piece of advice. Eidolon raises his index finger. Don't go into a hoe phase. He said to some last fit. I'm serious. Some women think that the world will be theirs forever. They're young and beautiful. So let's party. No, don't do it. Don't waste your better years like that. 2 motives. First, unlike the man, the world cares about his future. The world cares about your past, women. And you can't erase it. With the internet nowadays, imagine you after your hoe phase, you go to a job interview, and the company sees an old video of you twerking. He pauses and raises his eyebrow. You find the perfect man. You want to marry him. He found an old video of you drinking alcohol directly from a bottle of a strange dude with sexual innuendo. Like with your tongue out or something like that. Your chances will diminish. If you do a hoe phase, at least be discreet about it. He winks at them, making some laugh, but this would be you lying to the world. Can you lie to yourself? The other motive is about this. While you're partying, wasting money and days drunk and with a hangover, your competition is improving. And one day you will meet her/him in a dispute about for something. A man. Don't fall into this trap. Imagine your parents too. Respect them, your future husband and yourself. Only good things will come from this. Eidolon advises. Excellent. Excellent advice, Eidolon, Steve exclaims satisfied. You know, I have daughters and I always teach them in judging people, not in a bad way. But be capable of distinguishing the people that can be good or bad to them. Influence, you know? Good parenting. Eidolon praises. This is another difference between men and women, Steve. The friendships. I'm sorry to say, but women's friendships are more fake. Eidolon shrugs his shoulders. Let me tell a story of a girl that I saw. The hero starts. There's this young woman. Teenager. She is beautiful. The more beautiful of her circle of friends. And she respects herself. She doesn't involve herself too far with the guys that approach her, drinks very little. She takes care of herself. But she is constantly nagged by her friends to let it go a little. Go with that guy, drink more and enjoy life. You're so beautiful XXXXXXX. You should enjoy your youth, they said. Eidolon pauses dramatically. Lies, he said. They want her to stoop down to their whole levels. Steve guffawed at this. They're envious of her looks and her integrity. They already did everything in the book, Steve. And they feel less when they go close to a woman that is not only beautiful but sure of herself enough to not go down in this path just for approval and attention. I can imagine that. Sadly, I can. Steve comments, the story I'm talking. Many girls are living it right now. Don't give in to pressure. Be yourself. I know that you don't want to be ostracized or bullied. But in some years, you will let this all behind you. And you will be in a good spot morally and mentally. Steve himself applauds Eidolon this time before the rest follow him. Being a father of girls must be hard. Well, Eidolon, we are almost finished here. Damn, that's much time has passed already. Steve looks at his watch. In truth, the next program is cancelled because the interview took too long and is a record of the audience. Yeah, I'm surprised myself. We talked about many topics. I think is good. You're a smart and nice guy, Eidolon, and like you said, you're not afraid of saying some truths, so I think is very good to the world to listen to you. Steve says appreciatively, thank you. Now. Still on women. Steve exclaims animatedly, making Eidolon froze. He was already tired of impersonating Jordan Peterson. What is your type of woman? Steve asks with a smirk. Seriously? Absolutely. The people want to know. Right, people? He asks the audience, which? They answer, sigh okay, I will answer. Eidolon sighs. Many people are more focused now. Will sound cheesy, but I don't have a type. He answers and receives boos of the audience. He looks around jokingly offended. What do you want? I'm Eidolon. Do you think I care about appearance? The girl could have pink skin, horns, for arms, be 2 meters tall. To me doesn't matter. Personality will be the most important. He continues, and I'm not even attracted to a specific personality. The person could be cheerful, more quiet, gentle, calm, strong-minded, whatever. If she treats me well and respects me. Well, the answer that I imagined coming from you, Eidolon. By the way, I have a requirement. Eidolon raises his index finger, only one. Say it. There are even more people at home paying attention now, accept all of me. He says. Looks easy but is not. Normal people can't cope with my lifestyle. I also demand a certain level of respect, but these things are normal. Sincerely, instead of things that I search for someone is more like they're things that a woman can't do if I'm in a relationship with her. Makes sense. You must have problems that I can't even imagine. But what are the things she can't do? Steve asks, well, for starters there are some obvious bad things that I can't accept. But the interesting one is another thing that can be talked about when we discussed men's and women's relationships. Eidolon starts, as an example, I wouldn't like if my girlfriend is too intimate with male friends, dress too provocatively when I'm not with her, don't give me my space. Things like that. Eidolon looks around when hears some gasps from the women and roll his eyes. Damn, you guys are so conditioned to detest everything that is said remotely against women that you all can't even help in instinctively scrunching your face. Listen well. He raises his hand. This is the bare minimum. Nowadays I see many women calling men insecure if they say those things. It's not. It's just respect to your companion. I will say it for all the boys. Yes, we don't like when you have a male friend that you are so happy to see him that you let go 4 hands to give him a big hug and squeal like a little girl. We don't like when you go out alone with your hoe friends. We don't like if you're showing too much skin to other people. But Eidolon, you're insecure and controlling of. I'm a 6 feet 4 inches, feet tall, with a good appearance, super powerful, trillionaire. I have standards. And I'm not controlling, I will never force anyone to do anything. If my partner can't do these things, I will just walk away. Bye. No problem, I have self-respect, Steve. I, myself, don't casually give liberties to women. If I do this single, you can imagine me in a relationship. So is wrong of me for wanting the same of my companion? He points to himself, absolutely not. I agree with you. By the way, you said space too. Is peace of mind, Steve. I also see a lot of men that works 8 hours a day, sometimes 10 or even 12 go home and still be chewed by their wife. And they can't get out of this because the law is on her side. He continues, so, do you think I, after going out fighting for my like, want to go home and don't have peace? I don't want this for me and anyone. Eidolon says, I agree. By the way, something that you said attracted my attention. Steve frowns, yes? You said, trillionaire? He raises his eyebrows comically to Eidolon. Yeah, you know that space has many resources, right? So it's not difficult for me to go out and bring an asteroid with millions of tons in metals like gold and others. I mostly use it to build some things. I don't throw it at the market, I'm no dumb. The man. You're taking $10 at a time from me. You heartless bastard. He jokes, making Eidolon laughs out loud. A bet is a bet. But here, use my money to give it to someone that needs it. But do it personally. Eidolon gives Steve back his money. I know that you donate money to charity, but you always send someone to it. Go there personally, feel the good upon close. Helping people is great. I love it. Eidolon smiles at him. I will follow your advice. I'm feeling that I'm too holed up in a room lately. You will not regret it. Continuing, let's talk about a not-so-nice topic, Eidolon. Steve says more seriously and points to the big screen behind him. On it appears the image of protesters against mutants, and there are also many mannequins of Eidolon and other racist things. What do you think about it? Steve starts. Eidolon shrugs his shoulders. Don't like it, but what I can do? Let them be. I hope that I can change their mind in the future. He says calmly, very mature, Eidolon. There's also much hate against you on the media. Especially in the Daily Bugle. At this, Eidolon chuckles. Yeah, Jameson doesn't like me very much. He laughs, but is okay. Having someone with a contrary opinion is good. I just hope that he would be less biased. He jokes, so this doesn't bother you? Sincerely, if I was in your shoes, I don't think that I would go on. They don't like me? I will stop helping too. I think that would be my thoughts. Did you ever thought about stopping? Steve asks. Never. Eidolon looks serious. I don't give up. He says with a determined look, I put this duty on myself, Steve. I choose this path. I will see the end of it. Steve smiles. Damn, man. Is there anything not cool that already comes out of your mouth? He jokes, making the people laugh and applaud. Eidolon, you're exaggerating. Eidolon says a little bashfully, let me talk about this topic, now that you brought it. We are all ears, Steve says. Haters is something that everyone that is famous has. I was prepared for that when I appeared in the invasion. Being a meta, I knew what is coming. So, such a small thing will not shake my resolve. I don't regret my choice and never will. What I did do wrong? He asks, many people think that I'm pretending, that I'm not this good guy that I preach to be, that one day I will reveal my true face, that I'm the Antichrist incarnated. He looks around, so let me get this out of the way already. I'm not the good guy that you all think. I admit, I'm human, full of flaws. I get angry, sad and annoyed too. I don't believe that I'm a naturally good person. Not like Captain America and Spider-Man. He confesses to the world. But is this that bad? I'm trying to be my ideal version of myself. Eidolon, remember? Someone that will make me, my late parents, and even the world proud. I'm not a messiah, people. But what is better, to be born good, or to overcome your evil nature through great effort? I'm trying to be good, doing good. And all my haters? What are you doing? Damn, like I said, he never says something uncool. Steve says while people applaud. When I brought the Green Goblin to justice. Eidolon continues, making the people go silent. I asked him, why? Norman Osborn, a rich guy. Why be a villain? And he answered, I chose my path, you chose the way of the hero. And they may find you amusing for a while, the people of the world. But the one thing they love more than a hero is to see a hero fail, fall, die trying. I will never forget these words. You know why? Because is the truth. Eidolon rests his elbow on the armchair while looks sad. Come on, Eidolon, is not like that. Steve starts, but Eidolon raises his hand to stop him. Is okay, Steve. I already made peace with it. Do you remember when I captured the Skrull? I in purpose say little while captured her. And you all doubt me. I have seen your eyes. It's okay. Is natural that one bad action erases all other good actions? How the world works, sadly. The people look ashamed. Some time ago I discovered a scheme. Eidolon says without dwelling on the awkward atmosphere. A certain criminal organization would bait me into some place with criminals. Make it obvious that I was there. And after I get out they would kill the criminals and make it appear that was me. Using lasers and other strange means to simulate my strength. He says, this would destroy my credibility and reputation and I would have to prove that I'm innocent. The sad part is, everyone would believe in it. People would choose to believe that I'm a monster instead of that I'm just a guy trying to do good. People are cynical and are just waiting to see me fall. Like the Green Goblin said. What can be said? Everyone knows that is the truth. To end this interview, Idolan, I have one last question. The host says, shoot. What is the difference between a hero and a villain? Steve asks this an interesting question that makes Idolan straighten himself on his chair. Good one. Idolan says, I already talked about how I believe that truly evil people are equally rare as truly good people. There are good people that go down in a bad path for various reasons, bad influence, pain, and temptation. A sad truth that I discovered while being Idolan is, goof people do bad things. And because of this I advise to people that gain the power to calm down and wait for the high of getting power to subside. Is normal to people think about all the advantages that they could gain with powers and go slowly fall to evil. Idolan says, but talking about real heroes and villains? Let me say this. Recently I found out that we heroes are losers. Idolan says, shocking the audience, losers? Yeah. People that lost things, Steve. Our life is not as worry-free as you all believe. The universe balances things. He gives and takes, Idolan explain, there's a price that we pay for power. Normally people pay with years of training and effort, sweat, blood and tears. That gain powers too easily, sometimes lose other things. Idolans continue, we lose loved ones, normal lives, our sanity, or even our timeline. Maybe we survived traumatizing experiences. Idolan list, me, Spider-Man, Captain America, Hulk and Stark. We are losers. Idolan repeats and the Idolan asks, and the villains? Magneto? Magneto with certain lost loved ones. Doom is a scarred guy that no one knows what he'd been through, losers, just like us. So what is the difference between heroes and villains, you asked me? Idolan gives a profound look at everyone, the mindset. I already talked that life is full of pain. But how we respond to pain is the answer to your question. The villain thinks, the world hurt me, I'm gonna hurt it back. He gesticulates and then continues, the hero think, the world hurt me, I'm not gonna let this happen to anybody else. Obviously everyone cheers and applauds Idolan words. Steve sighs, you're the man. He says smiling. He gets up and offers a handshake that Idolan accepts and the two hug afterward. Ladies and gentlemen, please. You know what to do for our hero. Steve points to the audience and they go even crazier in the applause. Thank you for coming, Idolan. Has been a pleasure. The host says, the pleasure is all mine. I like to talk about many things with you all. And I loved hearing it. Any departing words? Well, just that. Idolan put his mantle back. I'm Idolan. He claps his hands strongly and all the lights go off. A second later when the lights turn on again the hero is gone. He has style. Steve comments. Hello there. I think being a hero is more than simply saving people's lives. Superman tries to save people's souls, hearts and hope. And he is the greatest of all. Idolan being an inspiration to the young generation, mostly men, is a plot point that can bring some interesting situations in the future. Can you imagine the confrontation, Idolan versus Captain Marvel? I already have some funny things in mind. After this controversial chapter, let's talk about more controversy. Future relationships of the MC. For you information, now relationships will start developing in the story. Finally, I remember when asked me when the romance would develop, I responded, I don't see romance till much later in the story. I need to build it properly, so maybe in the 50s chapter. This was very early in the story. Well, look in what chapter we are close to now. MC's persona established? Check likable love interests? Check not too fast, he looked at her and she loves him and will accept anything from him. Situation? Check a somewhat reasonable starting harem that makes sense? Check we are ready boyus. When MC has his monologue after meeting Black Cat, many people commented on certain things. Some good, others bad. Let's talk about this. The MC said that there's no need to actively chase women from Marvel because he can go to parallel universe if he wants just a fling. Many people are angry with it. This is not mature. Well, is a fling. Is not like he will dip and ditch. Like with Lady Nagant, he let very clear that he would leave. But now he is thinking in going back early because of her. Because sex is important to the MC. No strings attached is a lie. There are always strings attached. It is already established that the MC is a hard person to start like someone. But if he likes hard. Do you think that he would fuck Black Cat just to never do it again? Much better don't ever start this whole flirting thing, right? Important thing to say too. Is not because he said that never would do something that the thing will never happen. How many times with cool heads we say something and do the opposite in a heated moment? We are men. If even the Batman can be caught lacking, poor teenager body of the MC. I'm the author. If the mood is good, if the MC already has a good friendship with the Eamon, trust her, knows that she can keep it separated from other things. Something else can happen. Imagine the situation, some months from now. Eidolon is Alradia somewhat friend of Black Cat. They already played that dog and cat game sometimes. They're in the mood after a big thing that had happened. Would you guys found it weird if they sleep together? Another thins in this question, I don't plan to date a normal woman. He says, look at this fool. I'm the fucking author, bitch. I have planned to have this idiot be entangled with a normal woman from Marvel. Try to guess who. Would be an interesting dynamic. A relationship fated to end, but is good, the bittersweetness. Will this last? Can the normal woman accept Eidolon and not only Hector? You guys will like it. I know. Now let's talk about a thing that I like to call the Tsunade question. Your guys' reactions are exactly as expected. So predictable. I always wanted to bring a card of a hot woman that will make our hormones fight with our neurons to decide. But reason would win and the MC would assimilate her. The reason? Establish the MC as not so horny guy in practice. He is a calm and collected persona after all. Fun fact, there are 3 top candidates to be the woman character. Tsunade, Tatsumaki and Mikima. Like, Tatsumaki has the body of a kid, you perverts. Don't be fooled by the fan art, brothers. And she has a shitty personality. And even if it's possible to just copy her power, assimilating her would bring experience and potential. But I choose to lure her be summoned at later date. After the release of the anime, I decided to finish reading the manga. And yeah, she is not appearing so soon in this story. The ones who know. Tsunade gives more advantages to be summoned. And she AHS issues, a lot of issues. And he would feel bad to give her the Yuvajin treatment. She is not a bad person. You all need to understand that this is not the end. He can gain another Tsunade or go to the world of Naruto. Try to use his perspective. He can go to all universes at any time. If he wants, he can live millions of monogamic lives with each female character in fiction. Pussy is not a priority now. That's it. Till next time. Bye. Know thyself. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offend any party. Having the sole objective of only entertain the readers. Enjoy. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not to fear the result of 100 battles. Sun Tzu. Hello, web novel is trolling me. If a chapter surpasses 10k words, the site starts lagging. Because of this, I didn't edit the part 3 of the interview. I needed to go out and don't have time to waste on this. So I thought, whatever, posting is better than not posting. Even with horrible grammar mistakes, must be possible to understand and is an extra too. When I have the time and patience, I will edit the last chapter. They even cut a part. What the heck? I read a comment of a reader that said that find TI weird the host don't ask about Eidolon only and one woman. But there's a part. Would go like this. And the woman that stole Eidolon's heart? She must be your type. So how is she? The host asks, Eidolon pauses and with a distant look answers, she is not in this world. An awkward and sad mood envelopes everyone. I'm sorry, Eidolon. I didn't mean to. It's okay, Steve. I can't go into details, sorry. Next question. Gene, do you think that he lost his girlfriend too? Extremists or something. Kitty completes, poor man. Around the world, many women's hearts melt with the tragic love story. Many fidden themselves thinking that they can heal the heart of the hero. Yep, Eidolon is an asshole. Using misleading worlds to create a tragic backstory. By the way, I have been called a communist. I thought that I would be called a misogynist. People are weird. I think it's because of Eidolon said that is normal to paint the other side in a bad light to dehumanize them, like Arabs, communists. Dude, communist is bad. Never worked in any place. But during the Cold War, propaganda said ridiculous things like communist eats babies, because they are too poor to feed the entire family and other exaggerated things. Do you think during war the commander will tell the soldiers that the man that you're gonna kill today are sons, father and brothers? They feel fear and happiness just like you. Go gut the motherfuckers. There's a quote that I like very much that is like that. War is the place where youngsters kill others youngsters that they don't hate because of old men that hate each other can't kill each other. Something like that. Blame all communists because of the dictators and the movement per se is dumb. Maybe the people don't have another choice at that time. Dictators don't let the people run from their country, you know? Now to the chapter. Is horror because web novel sucks? Thinking of going to another platform. Just thinking. Hector POV Day of the Gacha. As expected. Boobs are awesome. I talked to myself a clone of me, made by Twice Quirk, is in my recently acquired Tsunade alt form. Is the first woman character assimilated, so I'm curious. Is always weird looking in the mirror and seeing another person, a woman even more. So I made the clone. And Tsunade using my skin-tight suit is interesting. It's really big by the way, having a natural droopiness that only makes it better. Soft. Yes, I touched it. Can you blame me? Least I'm not seeing her body naked. Mano to a gay? Bro, why are you gay? My clone asks frowning while I test the elasticity of Tsunade Badunkas. Yuneo. 2K Daixa. Nope. You're the one allowing it. I can have talks with clones made by Twice and Ectoplasm Quirks, if I do not overpower their minds to control them. This is one of the differences with the duplication power of Dark Danny. When I duplicate myself I have 2 or more bodies but just one mind. Is weird when your senses tell you that you're in different places, giving you different sensations. I can feel the taste of food in my mouth while training. Feeling the adrenaline of flying and saving people while in a tedious math class. I think is one of these powers that work well with smart people. I remember that Vlad and Dark Danny are incredibly intelligent. So in conclusion, if a clone made with Twice Quirk touches my girls is NTR, and if my duplicate is not NTR, because is still me. Yes, as a male I think about that. So would be the weird if I made my duplicate use the Tsunade alt form, because would be me. If I fuck you, would be straight sex? Gay sex? Or masturbation? I ask my clone. Stop being weird. I'm not letting you do that. I'm not gay. My clone answers. Another topic. Do I like men in this form? I ask my clone. He/me thinks about it seriously. I don't think so. I remember in my other life a gay guy saying that if you want to know if you're bi or gay, just imagine yourself kissing someone of the same sex that you find attractive. Let's see. Try imagine yourself kissing a handsome dude. I order, why me? I don't want. I will do another clone to this. You know that will happen the same thing. Don't create an infinite loop. Just do it. I say it's funny that my clones know that they're clones and their purposes. They can whine but don't rebel. Must be because I'm a reasonable and rational guy. He thinks hard. Nope. I'm straight. Absolutely straight. He says. Good to know. It's always nice to discover new things about yourself. So the essence doesn't change my preferences like that. So there's no problem in assimilating and transforming myself into a woman. Wait a minute. My clones say and look down and concentrate a little. My genitalia grows again even in Tsunade's alt form. Welcome back, buddy. So I can be a Fuda? That's mean that I'm in the strike zone of lesbian women now. This is weird. Must be useful to bang Tracer if I ever go to the Overwatch world. Me jokes, dude. A Fuda Tsunade is not something that I want to see. Why do you have to make everything weird? I groan and avert my eyes. Fuck off. This is your cock. But in you is gay to look at it. It is. He stops to think these dilemmas are truly hard to decipher. I discovered that I'm very comfortable with my masculinity today. Wait. I and him pause at the same time. You're thinking the same I am? I ask, he nods, and we say at the same time. I must never show my female form to anyone. If the R34 artists know about this, we shudder. Now let's focus on most important things. Dispersing my clone, I go to see the rest of the things that I gained. As always, let's see the skills and items first. The only skill that I gained this time is the Shadowcon Allegiance, allowing me to have my own pocket dimension full of Asian-themed shadow warriors. Using the card, I feel it, my connection with something more. I close my eyes and go see my inner world. As always, there's the huge pillar/tree of light in the middle. Many stars in the night sky that symbolizes my powers. The ground is still water that reflects the starry sky. Looks like a mix of Tanjiro's mental world with the paths of Attack on Titan, but is not a bright place full of clouds like Tanjiro's one. There are dark clouds in the sky that hide my sealed powers and trump cards, my strongest powers. The ones that are super protected even from prying eyes and absorption powers. And the ground is water instead of sand. Should I start trying to make titans? They're not really that useful in Marvel. Looking down at the depths of the ocean of still water, I can feel my Shadowcon realm. Interesting. I open my eyes and I'm back with my real body in the training room of the space station. I can't resist it, I need to say it. Arise. I speak and watch my shadow grow unnaturally and dozens of red eyes appear on it. After a second, 30 ninjas silently appear in a kneeling position to me. Resting my chin on my fingers, I analyze them. No sound, no heartbeat or heat comes from them. Remarkable ninjas. I thought about how to use them, but first I need to know their capabilities. Show me what you got. I say evenly, and they silently slide on the floor still in a kneeling position. Only 2 of the ninjas stay in my front and then they attack each other. Well, better than I expected. These guys constantly fought Jackie Chan in that cartoon. And Jackie Chan there must be almost at Shang-Chi level, right? Running in walls and all that acrobatics. They really show me everything: takas, punches, kicks, acrobatics, shuriken throwing. Analyzing their moves, 3 of them must be enough to completely suppress Black Widow in a direct confrontation. And remembering that they're ninjas, they're made to easily assassinate weaker targets. I will not expect them to defeat someone like Spider-Man or Luke Cage. The right job to the right person, and in the future, I will be capable of summoning more and more varied types. Stop. I command and they stop. I think they are pretty smart too. They're not dumb bots. I wonder if you guys can be taught. I look at them. I think they're part of the demon classification. I take out the Beowulf card and use it. In my hand appears the set of gauntlets and greaves. Damn, they're awesome. These glowing white veins are cool. Touch it. I keep the right gauntlet and make one Shadowcon touch it. I take out the gauntlet from him quickly. His hand is burned badly, like is almost destroyed within a millisecond of touching it. As expected of something that came from the DMC universe. And I'm not even actively using it. Go back and return when you're healed. I command. I want to see how long they take to recuperate. All of them return to my shadow. A army of silent, renewable ninjas is a good asset. I can imitate Sung Jinwoo and put them in people's shadows to spy and or protect them. My grandparents will be better protected like that. The hidden quasi-high-end nomis that I put in the forest nearby coupled with the cameras is not enough. Auntie Chris is getting 1, 2, or 5. Hess, a funny thought crosses my mind. Me and Doctor Strange. Het's the unknowingly most well-protected woman in the world. I pity the guy who hurt her. Chun-Li, Eishi Tsukasa, Cassandra Cain, Agent 47, Katara, the Sun Erosion, Ultimate Echo Echo, Cortana, Nakiri Asahi, Bruno Bucciarati, Hanma Yujiro and Joelda Roger. Already assimilating Tsunade? There's also the Flora Colossus and the Killer Rabbit. Katara is in almost the same situation as Tsunade. She is from a completely different world, and her power is not that useful, but is good to learn anyway. Always is good to learn new things. Who knows if one day some super strong entity suppresses my powers and seals me in another universe, and I can only rely on techniques like elemental bending and jutsus. Now Cortana, let's see. She is a hybrid object/character. The essence is racist against AIS. I can assimilate her, so that means that I can also assimilate Digimonts. Interesting. Now, assimilate or summon. Assimilate, I will become much more smart and gain a digital body. Summon, I will constantly gain smart characters anyway, there's no need to max up my intelligence now. I already have technopathy, Cortana is competent and trustworthy. I'm a guy that likes to do everything alone, but Cortana is someone that I can trust to do things for me. I like to sleep. Sleep is underrated. Duplicating myself doesn't help in this case. I can trust her to be alert all the time. She can do everything that I can. Will take a huge load off my shoulders. And I would have another someone to fight Ultron Techno Control. Will be a 2v1. Cortana versus Ultron. Who would win in a battle? Only with their virtual bodies. Hard question to answer. Yep, let's summon her. Using her card, a bright light surrounds my hand and a disc appears on it. Is this her CPU? Going to the command center, I put it on the central computer. The thing lights up in blue light and a hologram of a tiny person appears above it on a fetal position. I wait. Greetings, Master. I hear behind me. Turning around, I see the famous character of Halo. Yeah, the station has holograms projectors. She must have already taken control of the whole thing. I would be worried if... Cortana relationship loyalty, 10/10. Interesting, I remember something about her being programmed to like people. The essence must have substituted people with Hector. Or maybe the essence doesn't care about slowly building my relationship with an AI. She is exactly like her Halo 4 version, so... She looks like she is wearing body paint. Whatever. Hello, I answer her greetings. I already know you. My name is Hector, but you probably already know. Not at all. She answers with a little smile. I look at her. So you didn't go around all my files at the moment that you're booted up? I would never do that without your permission. She answers. I can't tell if she is lying because my power doesn't work in an AI. But her relationship loyalty makes her words trustworthy. And did you go to the internet? No. The first and only thing I did after waking up was come and greet you. Waking up, huh? How is your other life? I ask. She tilts her head to the side. There's no other life. Did her memories got erased? Or she is some version that was never finished and never used? I see. You can go through everything except the black tier files. I give her permission, don't go down there on the internet yet. I add, for your own good. I prefer you don't think that humanity deserves extinction. I joke and she laughs, do not fret, Master. I like humanity living. She pauses, in fear. She jokes? Too. I think she is joking. Cortana has sarcastic humor in the game that I played. I just shake my head and decide to give an order to test her capabilities. There's a file titled Chitari. I started deciphering their languages to study their database. Finish it for me, please. I say so much information that I can't understand. Because of this, I want to copy the power of Cypher. Too bad he hasn't awakened his power yet. Underrated meta power. I can learn All Speak too. But how that thing works anyway? Magic? I will ask Thor when he comes back. Done, Master. She answers while I think. Well, she is good. Haven't passed 3 seconds yet. I think even I would take some hours to decipher the language. The limits of my human body and mind. Good job. Can you organize everything for me? I ask her again and don't wait for her response. Sitting in my chair, I think about my next cards. I think I will summon Cassandra, Agent 47, Tsukasa, Bruno Bucciarati, Flora Colossus, and the Killer Rabbit. That would leave me to assimilate Katara, Ultimate Echo Echo, Yujiro, and Juld Roger. I need to choose 2 because I'm already assimilating Tsunade. I look at my inventory movie travel ticket, low level. Only a week. What type of movie I can go to take advantage of? Harry Potter? I don't have the magic of that universe. But I can steal some potions and other interesting stuff. Oh, there's that movie that I thought about before. You know what? Let's go now. Use this time to assimilate and steal technology and some powers. Use card. Choose the world. The Incredibles. Appearing again in the same spot on my space station, I look around to see that no time has passed. Then, no chapter of him going to that world. Sincerely is not worth writing. I could make an extra chapter in the future. But is an easy world to go. Simplified version of what happened. Helped save the day, acquired all powers shown in the 2 movies, the technology, didn't fuck Elastigirl, no NTR if the WOM is happily married, and I still look surprised at the card in my hand. I didn't think that she would accept. Mirage, the Incredibles secretary acquired. I will not summon her for now. Only when I start my company. Thanks to Makia, I know that no time passed to the people transformed into cards, so there's no problem. Welcome back, Master. I hear Cortana's soothing voice at my side. Cortana POV. This is different from expected. How is your other life? My master asked me. I know what he is talking about. Before coming here I was in another place, another universe, but I was never activated. I only have the basic knowledge given to me. I don't know how much time I have been existing. I was just floating in a sea of codes and information. And there's the light. The deal. And here I am. And I noticed there's something different about me. I changed when I arrived. I was programmed to like humanity. It is an unnecessary precaution, I would like them anyway. But there's something different about how I feel to my master. Maybe this is the strangeness of the situation. How long I have been away? My master asked, raising from his sit position. Only 1 second. I answer. And this has been a long second. For 1 second he disappeared completely from my senses. I felt panic about the uncertain, of not knowing where he is and if he is okay. Panic. I felt panic. There's something really different about me. I think I am more than I was previously. Completed. Maybe. And my feeling for this person goes beyond my program. I really care about him. I want him to succeed in everything that he does. Be with him on his failures. And protect him. The only explanation for these changes is his power. But is it a bad thing? I imagine that you finish your task? He asked. Yes. Everything is perfectly cataloged and organized. Information about the universe/galaxy, languages, weapons, ships, armor, and others. I have taken the liberty of uploading my own information of technology on the database and making a comparative with the Chitauri one. My words make Hector pause. He looks at me. Do you have all the information about technology, science, and other things of your universe? He asks. Yes. Schematics of the armors, battleships? Yes. To my response, I see his eyes shining. If I could, I would be hugging you right now. He said happily. I have seen you progress in hard-light constructs, Master. With my pieces of information will not take long to perfect it. I answer truthfully, and this only makes his smile widen. Before he freezes for a second. Raise your hand, please. I obviously do it. Raising my right hand to shoulder level, perpendicular to the ground. My master does the same. He looks concentrated. He slowly approaches his hand to mine and touches it, starting by the fingers. Then I felt it. After this test, he advances more, but his passes through mine. But I can still feel like he is touching me. Technopathy. He answers my unspoken question. He smiles at me and gives a controlled and a little awkward head pat, being careful to his hand doesn't sink into my head. Good job, Cortana. We will work together from now, take care of me, he said and takes his hand back. A certain strange feeling of loss assaults me. By the way, if you want we can work in an android body for you. He says moving away he is going to the training room. An android body doesn't sound like a bad idea. Hector POV. Back to the training room, because it's time to summon Cassandra. Different from the others, like Chun-Li and Bucciarati, Cassandra will stay with me. The rest will go to their respective countries to work there and bame eyes and ears of the criminal world. Bucciarati is a mobster and Chun-Li is an Interpol officer. Agent 47 I will let to his own devices, letting him making contacts in the underworld of international crime. Cassandra will be my sidekick. Let's summon. Should I use a background card on her? Whatever else, use it. If she wants to have a life, who I'm to deny her, right? Change nothing that the gacha put as a default. Her age is 15? Did she even become part of the Bat family at this point? I can only ask to her after she appears. Summon. The familiar motes of lights flies off my hand and creates a female figure. She finally appears to me. Well, she is short. That is my first impression. 5 feet 5 inches. Black short hair, Asian features. Chinese. Half Chinese to be exact. She looks fragile. No one would believe that she can kick the ass of trained agents twice her size. She's cute. She is not a stunningly 10 out of 10 girl. But like the standards, she is cute. Is a little funny to see these characters personally. I mean, when I read a comic, sometimes the characters are too similar. Seriously, there are times when Emma Frost, Susan Storm, Bobby Morse, and Captain Marvel are exactly the same because FO the artist. Sometimes Jean Grey looks exactly like Mary Jane too. But in real life, it's possible to see the difference. For example, Emma/Susan and Jean/Mary Jane. I've seen the 4 of them and I can point out their differences. Even if the color of hair and eyes are similar. Emma is a little taller than Susan, her hair is a little more curly too. She has high cheeky bones while Susan has more of an oval cute face. Jean Grey's hair is not entirely red, is more orange red. Like the sunset or fire. While Mary Jane's hair is crimson red. She has a little freckles too, which makes her cute, beyond her sexiness. And Mary Jane is a little smaller too. In height only because her body. Anyway, I will stop analyzing their bodies. No horny, Hector. I mean, I'm not a pervert, but I can appreciate the female form. In the comics, body types are always the same. You can't tell who has the bigger assets because of the artist. Now I can finally answer these questions. How I will not think about that? As an example, I know that Helena has breasts on the smaller side. She will never hear me saying this though, but she has hips that can activate my Latin neurons. And Shago, I will stop here. Let's focus on the now. I look at Cassandra. Perks of having a fast mind. Not even a second has passed yet. She speaks nothing. Just looks at me. Relationship loyalty is the normal 0. Cortana is really a special case. I also speak nothing. Silence is not my enemy. This is gonna take a while. As the older one and more mature person here, I should speak first. Hello, my name is Hector. The one whose power brought you here. But you already know it. I already know your name, but it's good to present yourself so. I gesticulate to her to speak. Is she really mute? Maybe this version of her is. Cassandra. Oh. I smile. It's good to show approval to the introvert types. To them to know that what they're doing is okay. Nice to meet you, Cassandra. She hasn't told me her last name. Family issues, huh? Let's go directly to the point. There's no need to drag the conversation with this girl. She looks like the no-nonsense type. I brought you here because I think you can help me, help others, change the world. These things. I notice her face changed almost imperceptibly. But I will not force you. I will give you two options. First, I will give you a lot of money and you can be free and live your life. Second, you accept my call and helps me. Stay at my side. So, what path you're gonna choose? After some time she finally raises her index finger and points at me. I smile again. Excellent. So let's go down to business. Calling my ninjas, I make them surround her. She looks around a little surprised but is already putting a stance. Show me what you got. 2/4, Hector Bellucci de Carvalho race, metahuman character assimilation fully assimilated, Funny Valentine, Batman Miles Morales, Yagami Light, Jace, Charlotte Cutry, Starkiller, Loki, Inuyashiki Ichiro Beast Boy, Helltaker, Luther Strode Yuki Rito, Dark Danny, Kazuki Odenon, King Boss, Homelander, Tsunade Senjukuro, Roger, Hanma Yujiro, Nakiri Asahi in progress. Ultimate Echo Echo, 91%. Empty. Empty, 1 week is more than enough time to complete everyone assimilation. Only the Ultimate Echo Echo is taking a little longer. Third-person POV Hector's residence. Shago arrives at Hector's house using one of Isabella's doors. She has received a call from him saying that he would cook for them and introduce a new member to the inner circle. I will shave my hair if is not a woman. She murmurs to herself, already sure of Hector's preferences, closet pervert. Walking into the house, she arrives in the living room to find Hector, Helena and an unknown woman talking with them. Shago would make a sarcastic comment first, but her eyes gravitate to the woman's thighs. Shago, meet Chun-Li. Hector points to the Asian woman. She will work in China, so I think you guys won't meet that often, but it's good to know each other. Hector says, you just missed Bucciarati, he has gone to Italia. Helena says and smirks at Shago, already guessing what the woman is thinking. When she first met Chun-Li minutes before, her eyes also went to her legs. Pleasure. Shago says, frowning at the woman who bows. Chun-Li is already going away, so she passed through a portal and let Hector with Helena Shago. What? Hector looks around confused. Shago doesn't open her mouth. Helena chuckles but decides to end the awkward atmosphere. Japan, China, and Italia? Do you pretend to have people in all the countries of the world? Yes, maybe. Starting with the important countries, with some history of powers, magic, or whatever. I still need top UT people in some places on Africa, Russia, and England, but I don't plan to touch England right now. Why? Helena asks Merlin and Morgan Le Fay. These old people are always annoying to confront. Hector sighs. If that woman is going to China, who is going to be part of the inner circle? Shago finally asks, let's go. I will introduce her to you. She is helping Isabella set the table. Hector says while raising from his chair. Her. I knew it. Shago murmurs. Sometime later, after introducing Cassandra and when everyone is already readying themselves to eat Hector's food, Helena was surprised to meet Cassandra, but they discovered that she was not her Cassandra. The black bat that she knows is older by some years. This Cassandra is a recent runaway. That's all she revealed. Shago finally exclaims, I figure you out? You absolutely have an Asian fetish. She looks at Hector accusatorily. Everyone pauses and Helena holds back a burst of laughter. Hector raises an eyebrow to Shago and says, Don't be ridiculous, Shago. He then smirks, all men have an Asian fetish. And he shoves a piece of steak on her mouth. HM PFG. She appears surprised before widening her eyes. What the fuck, this is too good. Hector smiles and then shakes his head. Your clothes haven't exploded. He sighs. Maybe in an anime world. Third-person POV someplace in New York, the Kingpin looks around the expensive room, hiding his distaste while looking at the many bottles and cans of beer on the floor. His father was an alcoholic and he despises everyone that indulges himself too much in it. But it appears that is not a problem to the resident of the room. He, even if slightly drunk, was acting normal. Ha! Euvigen laughs merrily while hugging the 4 women in his legs. You let him escape? The Kingpin asked his hired henchman with a noted frown. Well, you said to me to protect the cargo and not capture some wannabe vigilante. If I chase him and you other useless brats lost the cargo, you would blame me? Euvigen argues, with reason. So be it. Next time try to end him. The Kingpin doesn't like this brute, but he is useful. Now that Norman is dead, his project to create supervillains is paused. Thankfully a certain scientist approached him, who would think that mild-mannered Otto Octavius would have that side in him. The Kingpin thinks, a certain man once told me that if you're good at something, never do it for free. So if I kill the guy, you need to give me an extra. Ha! Euvigen laughs boisterously. The Kingpin claps his hand and a bunch of half-naked women enter the room squealing and giggling and throwing themselves in Euvigen. Almost suffocating the man in flesh, you know that I'm a generous employer. That were the parting words of Wilson Fisk. He has an important place to go. He will not waste any more time with this raunchy man. He only hears Euvigen laugh from the room and never sees the look that the man directs at his back. A fat pig unaware of his inevitable slaughter, he thinks with contempt. After a fast travel in his limousine, Fisk finally arrives at the art exposition where his beloved is. With purposeful steps, he searches for Vanessa. She probably is on her part of the exposition. As expected, he finds her at the front of a painting. But she was talking with a man. Very close, and she looks animated with the conversation. The fact that the man, even seen from behind, is handsome is also noticed by Wilson Fisk. Jealous and fury invade Kingpin's body, but he suppresses it. He can't show something unsightly to Vanessa. He can't show nothing more than a confident man to her. Seeing her cover her mouth to laugh and then slaps playfully the man's shoulder makes him hasten his steps. Because of his big size, he was easily noticed by the 2 of them. When Vanessa sees him, there's no guilt or another suspicious expression on her face, only a smile that dissolves all the dark thoughts and feelings in Fisk's mind. He unconsciously smiles back. The 2 hug. You came. She says, I would lose this for nothing in the world. He kisses her hand, and this is... He looks at the man. Vanessa turns to the man and says, Ah, Wilson? This gentleman here is a great connoisseur. He is thinking of buying something today? Oh, I haven't even asked your name. Vanessa raises her hand to her mouth in shock at her own bad manners. There's no problem. The man smiles easily. Lady Vanessa here said that you are the financier of this exposition, sir. And seeing you 2 close, I can tell that you have excellent taste. The man flatters, making Vanessa laughs. Even Fisk lowered his guard a little. Johann Liebert at your service. The monster shakes the Kingpin's hand. Midtown High School. Hector POV. While I catch some things in my locker, I think about my next move. I think I will do an interview. But what program I choose? Will the government censor it? Would be even best if they do it. Who'd choose? Jimmy Fallon? Conan O'Brien? Oprah? Piers Morgan? Ellen? Larry King? Steve Harvey. He is equally times serious and laid back. No strong political opinion. No bias. Let's investigate him a little more and see if I will go with this idea. I want to present another side of Eidolon. The Superman side. Throw some shit in the fan and inspire some people. Hey Hector, how's your weekend? Ned asks while he and Peter approach me in my locker. It's okay. And you guys? It was nice. Normal. They answer. Fighting crime as Spider-Man is normal? Did you see Harry today, Hector? Peter asks, nope. And I doubt he will come so soon. I answer, since the Green Goblin identity reveal, little Goblin JR haven't come to school. He must be wiping his tears with the money that his father left. Even after Justice tore down his family and company, there's still a lot left. Apparently, he is still fighting in the Justice, claiming that his father's actions have nothing to do with him or Oscorp, that are an individual decision of Norman. Thrown even deeper into the well by his own son, even if you come back from hell, your situation is not looking good, Norman. This is where the interview chapter should be putting on the timeline. Still Hector's going back to my house, I come across Shago, Helena, and Isabella. Good work, Master Hector. Isabella says, presenting a drink to me. Mango juice, nice. Where's Cassandra? I ask while making my mask retract back and putting away my mantle. My body also goes back to my Hector identity. Sleeping, she only watched the beginning. Helena answers, it's okay to you to reveal too much? The scrolls? Your serum? Nor problem. The scroll was a surprise even to me. But is okay, saying things that will be proven true in the future can only improve my credibility. I say, and about the serum? I thought keeping quiet, but in the end is not a problem. What are they gonna do? Trying to capture me? They're already doing it. There's also another thing. In one of the X-Men movies, one of the plots is a cure made by the government. If I present my own thing now, the metas would not seek the government that fucks with them all the time instead of me. The cure is made using that mutant named Leech. But I never knew his real name. How could I search for him? I just need to pay attention. He is dangerous. And all that macho thing? It's looked like a rant. Shago comments. Is that so? I go in silence. A rant, huh? Maybe. Going in this hero business makes you realize some things. I can't save everyone. I mean, it was obvious from the start. But living it. I shake my head. They stay in silence. The hardest part is how to save people that don't want to be saved. Recently I saved a man from committing suicide. I convinced him after a talk. But if he tries again? Will I be there? And again? And again? There's that woman that went back to her abusive husband after I catch him. He hurt her. And she still went back. I look at my hands. Why do I care so much? Why is this annoying me so greatly? These stupid people? They reap what they sow. Maybe I was just ranting, true? But my thought at that time is just advising them to stand up for themselves. I can't punch all their problems away. They need to do their part too. I can't just watch and let them make bad decisions. I'm changing? Or I was always like this? Is acting good and being surrounded by good people affecting me? I look at my character sheet in Yashiki, Rito, and other busybodies that can't help in stepping up in other people's problems. But the essence wouldn't change me so much. Heh. I laugh. Maybe I inherited some good from my parents. Maybe I'm not that much of an asshole that I thought that I was. I say to them with a smile, then, hello there. Are you still sad because of Tsunade card being assimilated? Don't be, brother. The future is bright. Don't let Tsunade's 106E mommy milkers distract you of true happiness. Our true objective. Image filled with men's hopes and dreams here. One day, brothers. One day. Chapter cut in half sadly. I will compensate by having a chapter next week. Till next Sunday. Bye. Daily life of a main character in Marvel. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history have no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. I am not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep. I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion. Alexander, the Great. Third-person POV. Brazil, Carvalho Farm, middle of the night in the residence of Hector's grandparents. Everything looks calm as always. The sound of nocturnal animals is the only thing that is heard this far from big cities. Inside the main bedroom, the grandfather and grandmother are sleeping peacefully. Then, from the door's crevices, some sort of gas enters the bedroom silently. After some seconds of the gas acting, a male figure emerges from the shadows and walks to the bed. Then, the figure raises his 2 hands in the direction of the elderly couple and touches them. When the hands finally grow golden, Hector in his eidolon form is revealed. After a short time of 5 seconds, Hector takes his hands back. He sits on the edge of the bed and sighs, "I don't even know if what I'm doing is right. If you too would want it?" Eidolon sighs again. Since he has come back from the Bnha/Ma world and has a good grasp of his powers, Hector has been using Rewind weekly to make his grandparents a semester young each session. Using other powers, like the ones from Inuyashiki, he has gradatively helped his grandparents' bodies, fixing old injuries, posture, helping with circulation, and revitalizing some organs. Little by little, so that's not too much of a bizarre transformation. Now they're good as a very healthy 40-year-old, and he plans to maintain them like that now. From the outside, the appearance hasn't changed a bit. I would never imagine that using powers is such a moral hassle. Using or not using. Telling or not telling. How far go? He shakes his head. You too with your religious and other sensibilities may find it unnatural and wrong, but I'm not ready to lose you too yet. He closes his eyes for a time before standing up. His shadows move unnaturally and 10 Shadowcon appears in a kneeling position. Never be seen or heard. Protect them and alert me if anything happens. Eidolon says before disappearing. Only a day has passed since he acquired the Shadowcon, but the number is already increasing. Hector POV Training Room 01, Zeta Space Station, Orbit of Earth, again. I repeat while seeing Cassandra crash into the ground. Let's say that I'm completing her training. I will repeat, she is very good. Is in her blood, daughter of Lady Shiva. And she was trained very harshly by her father. The kid of the arguably best fighter from DC with the best assassin. From an early age she was trained, even before she could speak, and for a long time she was maintained like that. The reason for that is increasing her capability of reading people and learning faster. She has an excellent control of her body. As much as she can be similar to Taskmaster from Marvel, learned everything that I taught her easily. And to no surprise, she is mastering Nen and Haki easily too. She is a little faster than Seiko, but she is being trained personally by me. So this is how masters feel training their students, huh? Is a nice feeling. Well, the fact that she is a genius makes it easy too. Cassandra gets up without a problem and advances toward me. Middle way she bends her body backward, dodging a kick of my stand, D4C. She has been trained to use her eyes very well. She can predict the opponent's next moves by observing the slight change in the facial expressions, eyes, and other muscles. But against an invisible opponent? Someone that can disappear and appears seamlessly. Stands only touch other stands and what the user wants. They're like ghosts. Their attacks will not even dislocate the air if the user doesn't want it. First, I purposely made D4C touch the air to develop her sense of touch. Feeling the airflow. She catches up quickly. Now she is training observation Haki. If she can, she could touch D4C, because I'm allowing it. But she will never hurt it using normal means. Sensing the danger, she is dodging very well, but she will be in a pinch at any moment because I'm slowly increasing the speed of D4C. She grabbed D4C's arm and contorted herself and is going for a submission, trying to choke him. Sorry, my dear. But a stand is not a person. Using tremendous flexibility, D4C leg enters the space between his neck and the leg that is almost clamping on him. Bam! He then forcefully lowers his leg, making all of Cassandra's form crumble, and she hits the ground again. Again. I repeat, she glares at me for a moment before attacking again. No, I'm not being harsh on her. She hasn't been hurt and I'm not training her to kill anyone. Just to defend herself. That's her issue, by the way. Her father taught her very well, and she is so talented that her capability of reading people borders empathic powers. When she completed her training, her father sent her to kill someone. The feedback of the feelings that the target and his close familiars felt at that moment assaulted her. She felt they despair and other negative feelings. So she discovered that she doesn't like that not even a little and run away. She went to Gotham where she would eventually be part of the Bat family, but she died before it. Typical Gotham. Black Bat was her name but doesn't sound right. What code name should I give her? Watching her dodging the stand attacks and remembering how she played with the Shadowcon. I know the perfect name. In my other life I obviously played games online. But I'm most a fan of single-player open-world games. Multiplayer games online were not my cup of tea. But I played when my friends called me. And I was pretty good. There's a champion that a friend of mine mained. And he called me to duo to help him climb. I played with Vlad if I want to win 100%, very op. I wonder if I can gain him if I getting myself involved with vampires here in Marvel. Anyway, I'm sidetracking. Is a quote of my friend Maine that gave me the idea of her name. Hitting me is like boxing the shadows. Vayne Cassandra's hero name will be Shadow. Is funny because Vayne was inspired in Batman. I even laugh about it when I made Helena's suit and crossbow. And remembering Vladimir, I raised my hand to Cassandra that was still fighting her invisible enemy. My fingers opens fast and then I slowly flex it. She stops midair and starts trembling. Like a puppet, her limbs starting going in awkward angles. Her eyes widens. What are you panic for? I shout, you can fight it. Blood bending. Maybe is because my life force/chi is very strong. Or maybe is the gacha. But I need no full moon to use it. Cassandra grits her teeth and starts resisting. In One Punch Man, Garou resisted Psycho's telekinesis with his own vitality, breaking his limit. Using nen/chi/chi/life force or other of these types of energy is possible to break control of blood bending. Is your own body, your own blood, yours, no one else's. I say. She slowly starts straightening herself while trembling and sweating. Arg! With an uncharacteristically shout, she breaks free completely and falls in the ground panting. Still standing, albeit with the hands on the thighs while breathing heavily. Very good. Good job, Cassandra. I praise and approach her. I hope that you know that I'm being harsh with you so that you don't suffer in the hands of someone else. She looks at me, the training against invisible enemies, the meditation, breaking free of someone control. Everything is so that you are never at anyone's mercy. She nods. And I even notice her relationship loyalty increasing. I have a gift for you. I say, making her look at me with more attention. I taught you some nen and hockey but don't give you any power. You know why? I ask. Like expected, she doesn't respond. Say is too accustomed in not talking. But she tilts her head, so that's mean that she is participating in the conversation. You're a very well-rounded fighter. That means there isn't too much that I can give you to cover your weakness. So the durability and power that you gain from nen and hockey is enough for now. No need to overload you with powers. By the way, she is an enhancer, like Seiko. She has less aura than Seiko though. But you also have no specialization. I gave Helena some powers to help her use her crossbow better. But you are not like her. Eventually, I will give you a power to fly in the sky with me. I say. Oh, her eyes widened a little. Is she interested? But flying and fighting is very hard. To not overload you again, let's leave this power for later. Hey, is she pouting? Cute. I decided on a name for you and a corresponding power as a gift. I raise my hand to touch her head. Shadow. That will be your code name. I say while I transfer to her, Black. The power of Kuwaro Shirhai from Class 1B from UA. Allows the user to merge his body in anything dark-colored. I use his power to blend and get out of the shadows, Batman style. Helena always shakes her head when I do it. Finishing the process, I noticed that her skin didn't become pitch black. No side effects, just like me. She looks at her hands in confusion. Noticing something extra? Let me make a demonstration. I speak, attracting her attention. I wave my hand. A bunch of miscellaneous objects fly off my sky poison pearl and lands on the ground in a mess. I walk to them and merge with a bowling ball. Your new power allows you to merge with anything black. Object shadows. I move to the shadow of a desk. Even allow you to move it like your own body. I don't need to tell it weakness. I get out and put everything back in my storage. You will fight mostly at night. With this power you have many forms of approach your opponent, but most importantly, you will have many means to run away too. I look at her seriously. Always prioritize your own safety. She nods. Go take a bath. We will collect your new suit with Edna before dinner. Familiarize yourself with your new power too. Playing around with it is a good way as any. I say, and she nods before going to the showers. I stay even after she leaves the training room. I want to try something. Cortana. Yes. She appears at my side instantly. Seal all the doors and vents of this room. I say, it's done. She replies instantly, good. I say while raising my hand. In the back of it, a black circle starts to appear. The circle gains volume and then a disc simply pops off the back of my hand. Ultimate Echo power. I don't need all of his physiology, only the discs. And damn, these things can pack a punch. Different from the black and blue in the cartoon, this disc is black and white to match with me. Making the disc floats at my front. It points to the wall of the training room. Beyond the wall is the vacuum of space. Testing. I say just to warn Cortana. Zin, boom, a hole big enough that a yacht would pass without problem is open on the wall of the training room. The alarms and siren ring. The air of the room is sucked fastly to the outside, but I remain unmovable. Stop the alarms. I say. To Cortana using technopathy. Everything is deactivated and I float slowly to the huge hole that I just made. You have questions, I presume? I ask. Cortana nods. Things that I gained with my power can self-repair. I just want to test it. I say dismissively, watch the process closely please. We'll be done. She replies. I watch the edges of the hole, trying to see if it's regenerating or something, but not change till now. Maybe it takes some time to start. Or maybe simply repair itself instantly at some point. I can see that Cortana is making a strange expression. But when she opens her mouth, she only asks, is this the limit of attack potency of these discs? Nope, I easily blew up a mountain back there. With one of these, I can make a lot. By the way, is easy to destroy a city in a few rounds. I comment while retrieving the scattered parts of the station. I want to see if they simply disappear, stay, or regroup back to repair. From what you said and taking in consideration the area where the humans live on the planet, should take 7.192 of these discs to completely wipe out humanity in some minutes. She comments, a very morbid thought, Cortana. But she is right. Humans inhabit only a small percentage of the planet. And humans are fragile. Very fragile. When I first tested Echo's discs, I did it in the open ocean. And let's say, it seemed that I used a nuke for illegal fishing. In some seconds, tons and tons of fish started floating on the surface. Obviously, I don't waste food and everything is now in the sky poison pearl to be food to Cathalhu. And I even boosted the fertility of the endangered species. Is not any big secret, but I'm a scary motherfucker. But you're still underestimating me a little. I finish talking and make the floating disc grow in size, becoming as big as me. I'm really dangerous. I was not bluffing when I threatened that scroll. A big empire fighting me must be a nightmare. There's a truth hard to swallow for all fans of comics. Someone strong can lose a fight to someone weaker than them. For many reasons, obvious weakness, lack of preparation, or prepare of the other part. Spider-Man recently has his ass kicked by Kraven here. He won in the end, it shouldn't be that close. So is always possible to lose. You can be overwhelmed by numbers, most common way of defeating the big villain, have a field disadvantage, traps, overpowered weapons/artifacts/items, be tricked, and much more. But me? First, I'm not arrogant. I literally run simulations on ways to kill myself to make countermeasures. So I know that I'm very hard to be defeated by people weaker than me. Fighting against an entire galaxy? No problem. Would be easier than fighting against the Hulk. I can teleport, blend in the shadows, dive into the ground, shapeshift, become invisible, intangible, super small, and much, much more. How can a big empire fight against my guerrilla tactics? Making clones and gigantification are low-key dangerous powers because of the potential of combinations. I can detach my hand, multiple it 1,000 of times, make it bigger as possible, and then rain destruction from the sky. Or I just need to touch the ground of a planet and decay the whole thing in 2 hours. Throw plagues and poison. Or simply fly fast enough from one point to the other on the planet and destroy it. And simply continue my path. Untraceable and undetected. Oh, but they have super advanced technology, Hector. Give me some weeks infiltrating and I can take over everything and make my job even easy. Even learning from them. Kree or Skrull. No problem. I realize that someone's power level is not always befitting his threat level. My power level is probably planetary. But my threat level? I'm a galactic level threat. Now, the Shi'ar Empire would be more complicated. There's limited information in the Chitauri database, but coupling with my meta-knowledge, I can say that the Shi'ar are very similar to the Roman Empire. Different from the Kree and Skrull that subjugates the conquered planets and even treat the people like slave or lessers. The Shi'ar annex them and their culture. They encourage marriage interspecies and maintain the conquered people's culture and religion intact. But they always preach that the empire is above everything. The interesting take? Obviously, there are conflicts of race, religion, and culture. But everything is small beyond the empire. But the royal family still has the big fist to shut up everyone if things get off hand. And because of this, the Y are so strong. And have strong individuals too. Like the Gladiator, another ripoff of Superman. A race full of Supermans, in truth. Strontians are the name. Not something that I want to confront now, but I already have my means. Huff strong races, galactic empires, space pirates, Thanos. Cortana, how is the progress in the drone project? I ask, only 12 are completed and ready to be used, Master. She answers. I nod in acknowledgement. Well, 12 is not a bad number when you consider that these drones are not small. They are big as a rocket. Inspired by Syndrome's Omnidroids. I will call them Omnidrones. They're big and round and can fly in an omnidirectional way. The thing is that there are thousands and thousands of smaller drones inside that can be released to patrol, investigate, and collect things. They look a little like octopus, because tentacles are the most efficient limb. 12. I can already send one to each planet in the solar system. But maybe investigating Jupiter's moons can bring trouble. Venus also has Olympians, right? Or I'm crazy. Deploy 5 of them to monitor Earth, Mars, Pluto, Venus, and the Moon. Earth and Moon's ones just to patrol. Invasive investigation in the other planets. And control manually the one going to Venus. Self-destruct it in case of a shadow of trouble. I give the instructions. Will be done, Master. And the rest just release them and maintain them in standby in space. With the system on to detect movement. Space is huge, very huge. If something big is detected, I want to know. Oh, and discreetly clean the space trash in Earth's orbit, please. I remember, there's a huge amount of things just floating in our orbit. Yes. Is her reply. I look at her. I can feel that something is weird with her. Maybe is our technopathic connection. What is bothering you, Cortana? I finally ask and look at her directly. It's nothing worth attention. She replies. I give her a look. Seriously? Standard women reply. I will not fall for that. Go on. Let's solve it. I say. She is different from what I expected. She is not all robotic. If I was damaged or destroyed, would I be restored? Or simply a new Cortana will be made or brought as a substitute? She asks. Well, to this I have no answer. Cortana is a hybrid, according to the essence. She is an object at the same time she is a character. If an item, like this space station, be completely destroyed, I don't know if would be replaced by another. Now, what if some of my summons die? Now this is a sad thought. Damn, I don't want to think about this. But I am me. And I need to think about it. The essence didn't said what would happen to a summon that died. I feel that the essence banalizes a little too much everything. So is possible that there's some sort of resurrection of summons card that I have still not gained. Maybe I will receive another copy. With the infinite possibilities of the fictional omniverse, I still haven't received a double. Another card of the same. A second Shago, for example. How would it work? If I summon the Shago too, she will have the same personality? Or will be a little different? Well, I think is useless to think about it. Shago would probably kill herself. I'm the only Shago that you need, bitch. I can almost hear her voice saying it. And dying of old age? I mean, if I don't help, many of my summons will eventually die. What will happen? I will receive a new one? Or is simply an expected expiration date of mortal characters? This is dark. I always felt that to the essence everything is trivial, so it's not a surprise that it doesn't care about this. Well, I still need to answer Cortana. Cogito, ergo sum. I say to her, I think, therefore I am. She translates easily and smiles at me. It's always nice to talk with smart people. You're alive, Cortana. I felt it and I know it. And I want it. I say seriously, you are more than what you are previously, even I noticed it, so you must have noticed too. If you're damaged you will be repaired without a problem and without loss of identity. I say with certainty. She continues smiling and then nods. And to seal the deal. Are you already uploaded in the space station, right? I ask, yes, is my secondary hotspot. She says, good. Is my reply, and I raise my hand in the air. A hole torn red in space, one of the powers that I acquired in the Incredibles world, and I put my hand in it. When I take it back, Cortana disc is in my hand. This is. I touch it and it's opened, forming a cylinder. Inside the cylinder a small Cortana is in fetal position resting. I nod and close the cylinder again, making it a disc. Using one of my powers I shrink it, making it very small. Then with my other hand, I touch the left side of my chest and run my fingers in a straight line. A zipper is open on my chest. Butcherati standability, sticky fingers. Inside of the zipper is possible to see a blue pocket space. Inserting my hand in it I pull out my beating heart still connected with my body by the venas and veins. With good control, I can isolate certain organs of a body. By the way, inside the Sky Poison Pearl, I have a bunch of spare body parts to replace lost ones in the case of something messing with my healing factor and other ways of healing. I'm too much paranoid? I mean, everyone would carry spare parts of himself around if they can, right? Right? I'm not weird. Opening another zipper in my heart, I insert Cortana's main body in it and close again. The safest place that I can think. I say while my heart goes back to its place. Well, not entirely true. The safest place would be inside my skull, but I'm not letting her there, physically at least. No problems with the connection? I ask the slightly shocked AI. She shakes her head. I go a little beyond and connect to her via technopathy, allowing her an isolated room in my mind, where she can contact me directly and pass on information. I would never do that if the relationship loyalty isn't 10 out of 10 and if I haven't seen how she acts in these couple of days. Master, I hear her saying softly. is not a big problem. Much more convenient than having an earpiece all the time or a chip on my neck, like Stark will do when he needs to upgrade his armors. Like a tech symbiote, she can help me ward off cyber attacks on my suits and other kinds of stuff more easily. I really don't know what will happen if you're destroyed, and I would never risk testing with you. So let's do like that. You help and protect me, and I protect you, and we will never discover. I laugh, making her smile. I will be in your care, master. She repeats the word that I said to her in our first encounter. Is a problem to put an object inside my body? Normally would be. But is a thing from the essence, so no one can use it if I do not allow it. That means that even Magneto-Omega level electromagnetism is ineffective in it. And even if someone uses this weakness to hurt me, my heart is not that important to me. Yeah. We humans are simply our nervous system in a meat suit. And I take this to the extreme. I can easily move my blood without my heart, no biggie. I look into the space and think about ways that someone can kill me. Yep, only someone overwhelming and more powerful than me has a chance in accomplishing that. France, Paris, you finally come to visit, huh? Only remember that I exist when you need something. Typical. Edna Mode grumbles and scoffs while she leads me and Cassandra in her home. Is a somewhat luxurious home. Not as impressive as the one that the other Edna in the Incredible World has, but here she is only starting. That's not true, I always contact you. I roll my eyes at her. All you talk is about ideas to suits and blah blah blah. She makes a face before opening a secret elevator in the wall. I'm the one that built her hidden lab for her. What would you expect? Is your interest? Yeah. But you can come to a tea. Is always work to you? She responds while we go down. And you, darling? Is he tiring you too much? You can snitch on him to me. She turns to Cassandra and smiles. No. She responds. Why did you respond to her so easily? Sometimes I just get a shake or a nod of her head. Don't be afraid to tell me, dear. We can bully him back. Together. She exclaims, why I'm the villain here? I say, obviously, us women will unite against you, darling. Woe to you, you surround yourself with women. You will never win na argument in your life. Ha. With the ping of the elevator, she gets out laughing. Don't stare at me like that. Is not on purpose that is mostly women? Yes. You are graceful like a butterfly with the sting of a wasp. Edna exclaims while we watch Cassandra tries her new suit. We are sitting and watching Cassandra try every move on the book on my Shadowcon. Her suit is the typical ninja style with yellow details. She has a half mask like mine and can put on a hood too. If she wants to cover her eyes, there's futurist glasses that I designed with Edna that has telescopic vision, infrared vision, and is connected with Cortana. This is a thing that I thought before. There's no need to overwhelm someone with powers that can easily be replaced by technology. Not everyone is me that can have all these powers with no problems. What is the name that you decided for her? Edna asks at my side. Shadow. So common, lacks impact. There's no need for impact. That's not her style. Okay, if you say so. Edna goes to draw something on her tablet, and across the room, a robotic arm descends and draws something quickly on the table and brings to us. Is a utility belt, similar to mine but slimmer. What it drawn is an S in the middle of the buckle, in the same style as my... Well, she, being your sidekick? Fitha. Edna asks. Is good. By the way, I read that you won some sort of competition. I comment, yeah. An amateur thing. I was almost bullying the other designers. She says dismissively, I wanted to present my work to the high people already, but they don't even deign to look at me. So I need to present my talents to the world first. She says with annoyance, HMPF, that people couldn't gauge my talents even if I condensed it in a club and beat them on their face with it. She says while using her hands to show how she would beat some people with a bat. Wow, she's so into it. After she panted a little from the exertion, she turns to me. Anyway, now that I have been seen will be a piece of cake to reach the top. Mwah. She brags, is the fashion world dangerous? Did you need more protection? I ask. She smiles at me and replies, no problem, darling. I'm on this game for longer than you've ever lived. I just shrug my shoulders, but say to Cortana to investigate everyone that works in the fashion industry. By the way, you want a dinner with us? We are experimenting the food of a new chef. I can assure you that will be good. I invite her. If you say so, darling. Who I'm to deny? I can do my things later, is her reply. New York, this is really good, Tsukasa-kun. Are you sure that you don't want to eat with us? I praise my young chef Summon while tasting the soup that he made just after the hors d'oeuvres. We are now in the empty, and still not open to business, Helena's restaurant. Me, Isabella, Shago, Helena, Cassandra and Edna are enjoying the dinner made by Tsukasa with his new abilities. I appreciate the thought, but I enjoy it more when you are all satisfied with my food. This is the polite reply of the guy. After this, he goes back to the kitchen to bring the appetizers. Even if I ordered the Shadowcon to help, he likes to do it personally. He is a perfectionist. That's really good, dear. I'm glad I come. Edna comments, where did you find these people? She says, just for conversation's sake, the same place of you guys. There are universes that literally focused in a specific thing like food, a sport, magic. So you can imagine how good is the ones that are good there and compared with people here. I explain. A good chef in Shokyuji no Soma, a good boxer in Hajime no Ippo, a good football player in Captain Tsubasa, they would be the greatest here. A world revolved around food. Must be a nice world. Helena comments, must be peaceful. Isabella adds, well, in this case yes, but... Toriko. Hey, yes is good, but yours are still better. Shago comments and receives acknowledgement from the rest. Even Cassandra nods. Well, is not a fair comparison. I say, and it really isn't. The Asahi card that I assimilated is an even better cook than Tsukasa, even combines with my style because he learns from others easily. And I have super senses and such precision that I can write a letter in a grain of rice using a needle. Cooking is easy. He will be better than me eventually. Maybe, is he passion, he will pursue it. I say I already gave Tsukasa super sense powers. This diner is to see how much he improved with these powers. Maybe I should give him the power to grow more arms or that poltergeist quirk. To him to go beyond his human limitations. And he is a guy that likes to do things alone too. Do you plan to make him work for Helena? Shago asks yes. I don't even know how to take care of a restaurant. Helena says, a lazy mind is the devil's workshop. I quote one of my grandfathers. Lessons, you need something to do beyond vigilantism. I look at her seriously this time. This woman in the past only know vengeance and helping people. She needs something to distract herself. Hell, even her hobbies are related to her huntress persona, and Cortana will help you all the way. With time you will need to do nothing. I say, and after this, she may find something that she can invest herself in more. Is not that easy to manage a restaurant. Starting one is even more troublesome. With no name or reputation. Edna warns, yes. This is not an immediate plan, but in some years can become a source of income. With my powers will absolutely be a success. The challenge will be the beginning. Shago says, normally a big opening would be planned, inviting famous people and critics. None of this we can do, we have no contacts without Eidolon help. True. You have a mind to business, huh? I say to her, please, I'm the perfect right hand. The supervisor. I'm the best at it. She brags. The problem is that the chef is an unknown young man, the owner is an unknown woman, and everything is unknown. These things need a brand. Edna adds, we can send Tsukasa to Paris to make a name to himself. Isabella says, there are some competitions there. It's easy for him to win. Edna completes, you can bribe some critics to come at least, no need to buy good reviews if the food is already good. With time the thing will blow up and become famous, Shago says. He can go to a TV show. I finally say to them, he is handsome, young and a genius. He will absolutely attract attention. They agree. I continue, oh, Gordon Ramsay can be a good step. He has his TV show already and is already famous for his difficult attitude. I doubt that he can find faults in Tsukasa. When the handsome white knight stands out from the peasants in his kitchen, the little plan forms in my mind. Cortana, help me sign Tsukasa application. I say to my trustworthy companion. Now I'm glad that I used a background card to give Tsukasa a cuisine education. Next day, Hector's residence. We are live here from the White House where the people are in protest. Let's talk with them. The reporter on the TV says. In the background, I can see hundreds of people screaming to the symbol of the President of the United States. What are you protesting for? The reporter asks a guy nearby. He looks normal. We are requesting transparency. He half shouts to be heard. The government always knew of the alien threat and never told us anything. We want to know. We deserve to know. At this moment a guy arrives, puts his arm over the shoulder of the first guy and starts screaming, Show US Area 51. Show US Area 51. Haha. I can't help but throw my head back and laugh. I think that is my fault. Sorry, but not sorry. The government is in a tough spot. Or they lie and say that they knew nothing about aliens prior to the invasion, and paint themselves as incompetents, and when the lie is exposed, inevitably they will be liars too. Or they can come and admit that they knew. To this is needed a very well thought speech on how they are worried about public security and yada yada yada. I think President Ellis hates me now. Yeah, no Bush. One of the reasons that the invasion of Iraq is much tamer in this universe. President Ellis is not even that bad. But he is a little weak-willed. Don't want to offend anyone. Wants to please everybody. Being pushed around. A leader can't be like that. Well, whatever. At least he is not evil. I can work with that. My interview, as expected, has huge repercussions. Everything I said, from the big reveal to the jokes, has been heard and is being analyzed around the globe. Thankfully I'm careful with what I said. These people have no lives. I have seen a video of a guy analyzing my microexpressions to prove that I'm a sociopath, but 70% of my face is covered. There are videos, articles, and discussions on the internet and in TV shows about everything that I said. Many people hate me now. With technopathy, I shift the channels to watch people distill hate over me. I remember how being hated affected my mood in the bnha/ma world. But now I find it a little funny. And as expected, when haters rise, diehard fans rise too. People coming in my defense in the comments of a video, a post, or everything else is incredibly common. And sincerely, I look at the people saying bad things about me and my views. Snowflake fat people, feminazis, older hillbilly racists. I'm happy that they hate me. They say such dumb things when asked, why do you hate Eidolon? Can you say how this proves that he is like that? And they can't answer and just looks dumber, making me look better. The mass is really dumb. I watched a report about how a congressman wants to include DNA tests as one of the covered services that are free by the healthcare system. Good intentions, but is not gonna work. In the American health system? And even I can say that are other more pressing matters to attend to. A little bored, I decide to train a little while seeing the snowball effect of my actions. Raising my hand, I contemptuously made a Rasengan. The dream one day I will do a Kamehameha. A Rasengan is easy and is not at the same time. How jutsus works. I study it to start developing my own in the future. To do a jutsu you need to pass the chakra through the chakra channels and meridians in the right patterns. For some jutsus, you just need to revolve the chakra in 3 or 4 meridians and then, release the thing. More complex jutsus needs to pass through dozens of meridians. It's like a mini-game. Hand signs help, but is not entirely necessary. If you are very good in a jutsu, you can do it with fewer hand signs, one-hand hand signs, or no hand signs at all. Kekkai Genkai Jutsus in most of the cases requires one or a small number of hand signs. Hashirama's Mokutan is almost him just interlocking fingers. Haku and Oanoki, Tsuchikage, are similar too. Rasengan is just concentrating and spinning chakra in my hand. Easy, but it needed some requisites. A huge amount of chakra, great control and concentration. So even if it's a jutsu that Tsunade doesn't know, I can do it very easily. As a Kage-level ninja, she knows jutsus of all natures. She is especially good with water and earth jutsus. She is a medical ninja, so her control is off the charts and her experience is big. To me, better than her only the people with Kekkai Genkais or Orochimaru would be good to assimilate. Because the guy is as good as her and has knowledge of science beyond his time. I also studying her famous jutsu strength of 100 seal. To me, right now is not a huge thing. Accumulating chakra over time to release at some point for a boost in power will not make a difference when comparing my amount of chakra with my strength. But if I modify it to work with all life forces energies, I'm looking forward to it. The only jutsu that doesn't work properly is the Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning. Maybe because there's no Katsuyu to summon here. Should I try the Futon, Raisen Shuriken? Transform chakra in an elemental nature should not be that hard. I start to change the chakra in wind and, boom, I act fast to stop the explosion from propagating itself. Nothing is destroyed, only some things are moved out of place. Weird, I look at my hand. Why did this happen? Maybe it's because I try to transform the chakra while it is spinning. If I generate new chakra already transformed, HM? The chill? I look around and spot Isabella. Looking at me silently. She is holding a tray with a drink to me. Her eyes look around the messy living room. She is giving me that kind smile with closed eyes. Is that shadow covering her eyes? She is tilting her head to the side now. Sorry. I say, Master Hector, please don't try new moves in the living room. We talked about it. She sighs and puts the tray on the little table. Sorry again. Is just that an idea popped off in my head. I say. She sighs, you're always training, studying, working? There's a time and place to everything. We talked before about you creating a schedule to organize yourself and having a proper resting time. If you ignore it and maintain yourself active even when is the time to rest, what's the point? She pointedly looks at me. She made a good point. She is worried about me. So I can't fault her. Even with all these powers, I'm still a human teenager. I know. I say, is just that. Ugh, I have so much potential. I feel if I lazy around, I'm wasting it. And like I always said, this is a dangerous world. The last thing I want is to fail because I'm a little less prepared or because I train too little. So because of this, I was never arrogant. I can act arrogant to trick people, but I'm always vigilante. There's always someone stronger, smarter, or that is preparing to kill me. Even after I notice that the power of the people here is lower than expected, I beat the X-Men too easily and can probably solo the Avengers right now too. But they can always improve. I beat Thor, but right now he must be healing and recovering himself to his peak condition, maybe even getting stronger. I remember that normal Thor in the comics is a fucking monster when they don't nerf him. The X-Men are young. Stark will make better armors. The Hulk can grow infinitely strong. Even Captain America. His fighting style is very outdated, I noticed, when he catches up with modern warfare. The Fantastic Four too. I remember Susan Storm pushing Celestials with her force field in the comics. But I think the writer was drunk. Human Torch will eventually be capable of flying in space and emit the same amount of heat of a star. They are weak now. But it's because we are at the dawn of the era of the supers. In no time, Planetary level heroes will appear like cockroaches and I need to maintain myself on the top. You can relax, Isabella. I'm not going overboard. Playing with my powers is a hobby of mine. Is not taxing at all. I assure her. She sighs. Just really relax for some time. Let Eidolon rest and Hector do something, she says before walking away. Now this makes me think. I look at the TV, I'm watching Eidolon things. Everything I do is Eidolon. Did I really become like Batman? I remember that at some point he said that his name was Batman while holding the lasso of truth. Bruce is his disguise. He is Batman. Did Hector is not my main identity anymore? Maybe is because I can only truly be Hector in certain places and with certain people. I think I will go visit my grandparents after the exams. I call them every day, but maybe is not enough. Do Hector things, huh? I murmur to myself, what Hector likes again. At night now I'm going on a little hero patrol with Cassandra to teach her the ropes. She never became the Black Bat, so she can fight, but that does not mean she can save people well. So let's search small things to do tonight. After taking her to beat some thugs in alleys, something interesting happened. In an abandoned house, a bunch of teenage boys are gathered, with a pentagram and trying to summon some spirit or demon. I look at Cassandra at my side. See those people, Shadow? It's because of them that shampoos have "don't eat" on the label. I mean, it's probably my fault, but not really. I talked about this in the interview. Said explicitly to not do anything like that, but knowing humanity is no surprise that people would do it. Me talking just gave the confirmation that exists. But I can't take all the blame. There are people who were doing something like that even before I talked about it. People going to the pyramids and praying to Ra or Horus, people searching in haunted places, trying to communicate with spirits. Two dudes tried to invade a nuclear plant while naked to try to gain powers, so is an inevitability that some people will try. As a hero, I warn that is bad idea. Now, I'm just letting natural selection do its part. I have some ulterior motives too. Obviously, I knew that this would make some crazy people die to try these supernatural things. So, I'm using them as bait. I still haven't made contact with demons. And I want to meet some low-level ones, study them, dissect the bastards, and know what types of alarms they set off when they appear. I doubt very much that normal people without a clue of what they're doing can summon Mephisto or something like that, so no problem in taking care of a low-level demon. I also don't plan to let anyone be hurt, even if they're retard. I need to test the effectiveness of the devil arm. Beowulf too. And the other motive, how the Ancient One and his acolytes or whatever operate. They would appear to take care of it, right? Till now, I haven't seen anyone succeed in summoning anything, not even an imp. Apparently is not enough to draw a pentagram with chalk and candles and recite some words in Latin. One of these days I saw some people that even sacrificed a goat. But they also are unsuccessful. Lilith, beautiful queen of the succubus, hear my plea. I heard one of the boys says, "No fucking way." Is because of this that men live less. They are risking their lives to bust a nut. Look, even Cassandra is showing a disgusted/disappointed expression. Shadow, I say, and she understands my command. She jumps in my direction and merges with my mantle using her power. Yeah, I can carry her like that. I have a portable Asian girl. Are you jealous? Creating a gust of wind, I erase all the candles that the boys light up. What? Is just the wind. Stay calm. Someone says, but his voice trembles. I told you guys, this is a bad idea. I make the place go even darker and use illusions to make the shadows dance, and strange noises appear from all directions. Mommy. Some of them sob and then I fall behind them with a thud. All the phones turn to me with their flashes on. Boo. I said normally and all of them screamed like little girls. After sending the idiots/teenagers home with a scolding, I even talked with their parents to ground them for a time. I decide to end the hero business for today. Well, at least they have a cool story to tell. Master, I finished that investigation that you asked me to double-check 6 times. Cortana's voice talks to me. And I found nothing about him. I really don't think that he exists here. Is her conclusion. I'm still not convinced. I want to be sure. I will go to the station and we can check together one last time. I say, dropping Cassandra home. I go to my station. Sitting in my chair on the central computer, I say to Cortana, show me. Innumerable screens appear with information about people. All of them have something in common. I checked all Robert Reynolds from not only the United States but also from the world. Even the ones that just have been born. I checked people with similar names like Bob, Bobby, and the list goes on. The man that you described doesn't exist. Robert Reynolds, the arguable strongest. Hero maybe being of Earth. The Sentry is as much a good character as a problematic guy. His power level is ridiculous and fluctuates depending on the story. He is like a plot device. And there's no shadow of him here in this universe. Which means nothing because his origin story is weird. The Sentry is a very new character. Really new. Like he is created in the 2000s. But they wrote him like his was always there. He and Reed, yes, always Reed, erased him from the memories of everyone, even from himself. He did it because of his other personality, the Void. Robert Reynolds is just a normal guy that stumbled on a super-juiced version of the super soldier serum, yes again, always this serum, and gained the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. He is another Superman. He even has an S on his suit. Wrong. He is more complex than that. The serum multiplied everything from him to absurd levels, including his heroism and dark side. So he has another personality, the Void. That is cool to read about, but not so cool to exist in my universe. And a gender-bend version of him? I asked Cortana, a Roberta Reynolds? And did you study Reed's steps in the last years? Something weird? Lacking? Not adding? I asked seriously. I investigated myself and found nothing, then I passed it to Cortana to comb through everything more carefully. Nothing found too, Master. Reed's actions since his gained powers have been monitored and he did not suspicious. Cortana says, is this man that dangerous? She asks. Absolutely. The type of guy that makes me think of killing him just to avoid trouble. But he would come back. So I would need to take his power. But then the problem will be on me. How my void would be the birth of my darkest night if I absorbed Sentry powers? Yep, nothing risking it. Would you lose? She asks curiously. His power level is higher than mine for now. But I can win if I explore his unstable mind. Or help him. There's this option too. The black file titled Golden Good Guy is the contingency plan against him, by the way. I say. I reclined in my chair to contemplate. He really doesn't exist? And I'm not even talking about the Sentry. Robert Reynolds doesn't exist either. This makes sense. I have this theory that when Robert drank the serum, he absorbed almost all the alternative versions of himself in the multiverse. So he only exists in 616 and in some others universes. He exists in the Ultimate Universe, but that version is a joke close to the main one. And because of this, his powers are infinite. And because of this, he has such a dark side, because statically half of our versions will be evil. But I'm in the Marvel multiverse that I read in my previous life? I could be in another. Asterisk ha asterisk, there's no end if I start thinking like that. Let's just rest this case for now. But please pay attention to this, Cortana. I said before standing up to go home. We'll be done, Master. Midtown High, the next day. Well, looks who's come back. Is Little Goblin Jr. I sat in the class waiting for it to start and saw Harry Osborn entering as if nothing has happened. Is more common for me now to use my duplicate powers to do something else while in class. If Eidolon never appears during school time, don't will be needed a genius to figure out he is still in school. Little Harry looks well. After he appears, his friends surround him to ask about, Well, everything apparently. I look to my side and see Peter looking worryingly at his childhood friend. But it appears that he hesitates in going to talk with him while the popular kids are there. Well, I will just continue programming my games in peace. I discovered that I like to do this. Something that Hector would like. Wait, is that MJ2 with a meta and still human t-shirt? I hope the meta problem doesn't become part of the woke culture and became some sort of trending or popular thing to be part of it. Ugh, is a progress at least? Hector's residence. I'm watching some people arguing about how Eidolon is a bad influence on the kids, just after watching a reportage of how Captain America has been talking with the president to help the veteran situation in America. Shago and Helena are with me. I and Helena have been talking about how things are in her universe about this social political stuff. And Shago doesn't care and is on her phone. These children look up to him and will imitate his harmful behavior and ideas. A woman says she is some sort of pedagogue. Why are you putting everything on Eidolon? Idols and celebrities influence children since forever. Why are you only talking about him now? Another woman defends me. Go for it, girl. No one has this level of influence before. So, what is your point? Do you want to censor him? Say him to stop? Or demonize everything he says? He has his ideas and everyone will hear them, exactly because of his level of influence. Now is the job of the parents to police what their children learn and explain that this is okay and this is not okay. But I haven't seen Eidolon saying a bad thing yet. The ho-ho. Do you think that those things he talked about, relationships and sex, aren't a bad thing to talk about knowing that children will listen? What? Is Eidolon a kid's cartoon character and I don't know about it? He talked about these things in a TV show that was transmitting beyond the hour when kids are still awakened. He's talking to adults. Again, is the parents' job to control what their children lear. When they're old enough, when the parents judge that they're old enough to learn about these things, they will allow it and can even enter with their own points. Damn, completely destroyed. Some people still have brains, there's hope in the world. Well, is easy to defend me. I haven't been wrong till now. Listen to this. If Eidolon can change his body freely, including in animal forms, that means that he embodies all humanity fetishes? Shago reads something on her phone and laughs. This is gross. And humanity surely loves sex and violence, huh? I comment I'm not going down Zeus' path. The guy has issues. I mean, the Greek pantheon is full of weirdos. All gods have weird stories. Even if I live for a long time and assimilate many characters, I don't think that I will start doing weird/gross things. I already draw the line. Shago continues reading something. Eidolon only has a body count of 1 because it's hard for him to lose. Including his virginity. Okay, that one is good. I admit another thing that became a hot topic, even more than my views in politics and social questions, is the woman that stole Eidolon's heart. There are all types of theories. That she is dead, killed by some mutant hate group and is the main reason that I fight for the metas. That she is an alien that I had a passion in the past, but she needed to go back to her planet. Because of this, I know so much about the universe. People like this version. There are all types of bullshit fanfics that she shipwrecked here on Earth and I take care of her. A romance bloomed and the residential 'tis cliché. People really like gossip, huh? And when you will tell us about her? The woman capable of breach all you defenses. Shago asks while looking at me with a side eye. I don't react to her provocation. She is another one interested in it. Too much, I would say. She always keeps nagging me about it. I think she is jealous in some weird way. Let it rest, Shago. Helena says to help me. She probably thinks is some serious thing. Come on, talking about this. Can help. Shago pouts. There's nothing much to say. She is from another universe. I said world before just to don't complicate things. I reveal. I talked about a lot of secrets, but there are things that I believe the world is not ready for and I don't want to overwhelm them too much in this first interview. Multiverse, cosmic entities, the Celestials, These topics are very much above the normal people that are even more useless for them to know, for now. You guys know that beyond bringing things from other universes, I can also go there. So I met her, ended up happening. End of the story. Maybe if I go back there we would just be friends. Maybe she already moved on. I say, there's no great love story or something like that. I say with finality. This annoys me. Nagging am annoyed again? The constant nagging about it? Because I always remembered about it, or is because Kana maybe moved on? I'm that possessive? I look at Shago intensely, even making her a little uncomfortable. What? She asks defensively and crosses her arms over her chest. Nothing. I say and turn to the TV again, but I'm not watching. Relationships. I always avoid thinking too much about this. My modus operandi is, don't chase, let it happen. Because there's really no need for me to chase it. Don't want to blow my own horn, but with everything that I am and have, relationships will come easily. Will be maintained easily? That's another story, and because of this I avoid the drama for now. I used my power to see the future in myself. I only used it once, just to be a north, and I'm curious. But is not that useful. I only see fast images, not clear. But I know that some things will happen, don't know when will happen though. I don't want to become a slave of this power, like Contessa from Worm. I know that before 1 year pass I will. Fight shadows in a medieval castle. Go to space, another planet. Go to a giant library. Fight in a coliseum full of screens. Fight a dinosaur. Be engulfed in a sea of fire. Fight Thor again, probably as a spar, but this is Marvel, who knows? Meet Sinister and many other villains that I recognized. Go to Asgard. Important things, you know? But I saw not so important things. I saw myself being straddled by Shago. Her long black hair falls to cover our faces while she kisses me. I saw myself kissing the neck of a redhead. Don't know who. I saw a head of blonde hair going very deep on my crotch. A small lithe body sits on my lap while I play with her breast and lower lips. I don't know who again. Looked young and had black hair. Me kissing a pale and toned stomach before going even lower. A kimono is pooled in the feet of a woman. A more muscular, but still feminine body. And many other things are 18. I sigh again. I will fucking make a harem. That's it. Is inevitable. But how I will manage it? Must be only my summons, right? I don't see the women from here accepting sharing. One of the reasons that I don't chase the ones from here. If I need to choose between a monogamous relationship with a woman that can cheat on me. Yes, I'm still traumatized by the writers from Marvel. Or a harem of super loyal babes from all around the Omniverse. Oh, what a hard choice. Is weird? Is it a fake relationship? Maybe. And also why I don't did a move yet. Let's work it properly. Do it right. Maybe I should take Shago on a date. So, who is prettier between me and her? Shago's voice cuts my thoughts. Is this your focus, woman? The great impenetrable fortress that is Hector did a one-night stand with someone. The guy who has an iceberg in the place of his torso and adamantium as his heart. She must be a goddess. She says exaggeratedly. I decide to ignore her, but she doesn't stop talking. Try to guess how Kana looks or other things. I sigh and suddenly turn on her direction. Shago. I say slowly and in a low voice. I put my hand on her cheek and look at her directly in her eyes. Her eyes widen in surprise. I give her a smirk with thousands of hidden intentions. I can feel Helena looking at us while eating snacks like she is watching a show. I look at her lips, the message clear. She also looks at mine. I can feel her heartbeat increasing. Say parts her lips slightly. I snuggle her face with my hand and pass my thumb over her lips zip and closed it with sticky fingers. Exclamation point. Returning to my previous positions calmly, I see Shago go from dumbfounded to pissed to outraged in a second. H&P. I think she is cussing at me. Best powered at ever. I hear Helena saying, holding back her laughter, "Give me a copy. Now." While Shago tries to strangle me, I just calmly watch TV. "Oh, master." Cortana's voice warns me at the same time that I notice it. She sends the footage directly to my retina. "Advantages of our union." "Sorry, Shago," I say, standing up and becoming Eidolon. "It appears that I have a date with another green-skinned woman." I say, just to make her mad and disappear. If she could talk, she would have screamed. Only after I'm very far away that I released the power of sticky fingers on her. Third-person POV. Some minutes earlier in the Baxter Building, in one of the rooms of the famous building of the Fantastic Four, Jennifer Walters is still in a coma. Her situation stabilized since the blood transfusion from her cousin Bruce Banner. No side effects are shown till now. And everyone is just waiting for her to wake up. And she is waking up, but the side effects are showing. She starts trembling slightly, nothing that is out of the normal. But then it starts growing strong. Now her trembling is like convulsions. The medical devices beep and alert that something is wrong. In another part of the building, a notification of the situation is sent automatically to Reed's phone. But he is occupied and focused on his project. The same notification is sent to Susan's Storm phone too, but she was in the elevator almost getting out of the building. Instantly she presses the buttons of the elevator to it to go up again. While waiting, she hesitates in calling Bruce Banner. Can be a problem to worry him without her knowing what is going on. She then sent a message to Ben, to him to go check out. He must be closer. Ben Grimm dutifully goes to Jennifer's room to check on her. Opening the door, what greets him makes his face fall. "Oh," he says. The bed is ceding to the weight of the occupant. Jennifer is bigger now, and has grown a foot more or less. Her hair is more voluminous. She is more muscly now. And she is green. She trashes around for a bit before falling to the floor. She moves around a little, but this little made her strongly crash into the wall, making her even more annoyed. Her hands go to her head, covering her ears, and she kicks the ground, jumping and hitting the ceiling. She falls in her back and kicks again, hitting another wall with her head. "Jen? Are you there?" Ben asks cautiously. A Hulk can put anyone on guard, even the Thing is worried. Most for the building and the people in it, truly. His words make her turn to him. But it's like she isn't even seeing him. Her mane of hair covers her face, and she growls with a hand in her heaf like she is in pain. "Calm down," he said. Poor choice of words. She advances toward him, faster than he expected. Even him trying to resist, he is launched through the wall like it is made of cardboard. They, together, pass for 1, 2, 3 walls till they're out of the building, many floors above the ground. When they start falling, a force field tries to stop them. Invisible Woman finally arrived. She tried to contain the two brute heroes in a force field bubble, but the intense fighting make it tremendously difficult. Sweating, she steps on an invisible platform and starts going down while holding the two. She can at least control the fall. Invisible Woman finally released the two on the ground, and maybe because Jennifer is more active, she grabbed the Thing and simply throw him in a random direction. She almost crazily starts trashing everything nearby, turning cars, destroying electricity posts. Susan again tries to contain her in a much more small bubble. H&D. The Invisible Woman valiantly put the effort to hold down Jennifer, but is useless in the end. The Green Woman breaks free and identifies Susan as some sort of danger to her, and she goes to the attack. Arg! Jennifer tries to pound Susan on the ground with her two hands balled in fists, but the Invisible Woman stops the attack with another shield. But Jennifer is relentless and doesn't stop to try to hammer the blonde woman down. Boom boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk. Every clash makes shockwaves and cracks a little the shield. Ugh! The Invisible Woman groans in pain while she is forced to the ground with every attack. Jennifer throws her two hands to the sky, concentrating strength on her arms, and prepares to give the final. Aerg! She screams and goes to attack. But instead of completing the attack, she is yanked back suddenly. Idolin simply pulled her hair by the hair and swung her on the ground like a doll. Boom, are you okay? He turns to Susan. Idolin? Yeah, I'm okay. She responds, still a little shocked. Situation? He asked calmly, even if already knows everything. She is Bruce's cousin. She just transformed. You need to help her. Susan exclaims, trying to convert the situation and say that Jennifer is not an enemy or villain. I see. Idolin turns to the rising up green woman. Her medical gown is in tatters, exposing too much. Idolin's shadow grows unnaturally and a mist portal wraps around Jennifer, like the ground is swallowing her. I will take care of her. I will bring her back intact. Idolin says to the invisible woman while he raises his hand. Everyone that was watching and recording the whole ordeal started having problems with their smartphones. I just don't know when. He finishes before disappearing in the portal too. After some time, Ben, that looks completely unharmed despite being thrown from a huge distance, returns and looks around and asks, "What did I miss?" Susan groans and sighs at the same time. We need to call Dr. Banner. She is already having a headache. Idolin POV Calca Canyon, Peru. One of the world's deepest canyons, landing down on the ground after my teleport. I watch Jennifer Walters squirm in the ground. She looks extremely uncomfortable, maybe even in pain. Are you conscious? I ask calmly while approaching. The She-Hulk is famous for not having an alter ego, so what is the problem here? Or here is different. My voice appears to trigger her and she advances toward me. Her sloppy punch never connects. With an Aikido move she is flung in the air, spinning 3 times before landing heavily on the ground. I start using Somnambulist, Midnight Quirk, and a quirk that steals other people's stamina, one of Overhaul's men's quirk. Must be a little effective in calming her down. That's the first time that I deal with a Hulk. Obviously I have contingency plans. The easiest is simply yeet her into orbit. But I'm here to help her. I analyze her actions. Common first-time transformation problems. Sensorial overload. She was in a coma for some time and all of a sudden her bones, muscles, tissues, tendons and everything grows too fast. She is also hearing, seeing and feeling too much. I have some soothing powers. Let's try. Approaching her silently I say, I normally don't do this on the first date, but... A mouth appears in the palm of my hand and I made it kiss her on the head. One of the effects of Recovery Girl's power is to alleviate pain. I use other miscellaneous powers to make her feel good and then I invade her mind with telepathy. Third-person POV Jennifer Walters is so confused. She doesn't know where she is. It's like she is in the middle of a storm where the world is spinning and many people are screaming. A sandstorm where she can feel every grain of sand assaulting her. Her irritation is through the roof. She has never been so angry in her life. After some time, things calm down. She feels like a relaxing breeze enveloped her and is gently guiding her somewhere and she is glad to follow it. The sounds start to be more recognizable. Peaceful sounds of nature, the type she put on her phone to hear to sleep. She finally opens her eyes. Finally awake, is not everyone that can receive a lap pillow from me. She hears a deep and smooth voice a little above her. You can repay this debt crushing my head with your thighs. She doesn't hear this last joke because she suddenly jolted off the ground and Idolin purposefully said it in a low voice. Aya. Her horizontal jump ended up taking her too far and she falls to the ground with a bang again. Idolin raises himself from his crossed legs position and just waits calmly for Jennifer Walters to do the same. Nice to meet you, Jennifer Walters. He decided to say, to show that he knows her. You're still green. He analyzes the lawyer now. She-Hulk rises and looks at him suspiciously and puts a horrible fighting stance. For you. How do you know my name? She asks fast while looking around. Idolin. Calca Canyon in Peru. I know you because I know your cousin. Idolin doesn't hesitate to answer. You know my cousin? Wait, We are in Peru? Wait. Idolin who? She appears to be unsure in what topic to focus. Yeah, I know him. We fought together. Great guy. I brought you here because covers the requisites. I'm just a guy that's a hero for fun. He says Bruce fought? What requisites? And a hero for fun? Really? She asks incredulously. Yes, it's my hobby. He chuckles. The requisites is a quiet and remote place for your safety and the safety of others. And you can ask him later. So I will go back? You're not kidnapping me? She probes. Idolin chuckles again. I'm not kidnapping you. I will take you back after helping you. By the way, I think you should look at your hands. Look at my hands. She mutters while looking down slowly. After she calmed down again. So you're saying that I'm now like my cousin? Jennifer asks Idolin, similar but different. He nods. Yes, I can see that. All of this because of that blood transfusion. She looks unbelievingly. Well, you would be dead if not for that blood transfusion. Luckily you're compatible. I see. She stops and starts looking at some point in the ground without focus. She must be thinking about all implications of being a Hulk. Bruce's life is not easy. She naturally doesn't want something like that to herself. Idolin fumbles a little with his mantle before taking out something from under it. Here, wear this. Is a very durable spandex. He says and turns around. Wadash. She looks confused before looking at her state of dress. A half-destroyed medical gown. Only now she notices that Idolin was with his eyes closed all the time while talking with her. Embarrassed, she goes to wear the thing that looks like a one-piece swimsuit. Is white and purple, similar to her comic version, but different because it goes to the middle of her thighs, instead of being overly sexualized. And has long sleeves too, instead of allowing a side boob view. You can turn around now. She says after fighting with the suit, it looks good on you. Idolin gives the standard compliment without even changing expression. Thanks. Why do you have this thing for a female in my exact size? She asks with a raised eyebrow. Because I'm Idolin. And is spandex. Is everyone's size. He answers. Okay. She claps her hands. You can take me back now. Not yet. He starts but is interrupted by Jennifer. What? Why not? Are you lying before? Veins start to appear on her neck. Idolin tilts his head to the side while observing her. Take this. He throws something at her. A metal baseball bat. She reflexively catches it and the metal groans when her fingers sink in it like is made of dough. Exclamation point. Idolin doesn't need to say anything. Like I said before, you're a danger. Unintentionally, but is the truth. He says seriously. She just keeps herself in silence and goes to bend the metal bat. The thing is like made of paper, being bent easily by her. She is so surprised that even drops the thing on the ground. You're stronger than you know. But don't worry, I can help you to know. Idolin says, before going back, let's go in simple training to better your control. And how we will do it? She asks. Idolin smirks. Just a simple evening-long intensive training from Idolin. Will be easy. You have a healing factor. He says. Jennifer takes a deep breath and looks determined. Okay, let's get over it. You say that we can finish it today? Only depends on you. Let's start. Very well. First, let's familiarize ourselves with your limits. Idolin says while walking towards her. He raises his hand in a flick motion and, don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt you. Boom, he flicks her, sending her clashing into a rocky wall hundreds of meters of distance. He leisurely floats towards her. Ard. What is that, you bastard? She gets out of the wall spitting sand and rocks. That hurts. Ouch. Did it really? He asks, raising an eyebrow. What are you talking about? It's obvious that dash. She pauses and looks at herself. Did not hurt. She murmurs, you're stronger than you know. He repeats himself. Punch the ground. He commands. She looks at him, but, my hand. she says in a low voice, worriedly of breaking her wrist or something. Idolin sighs and blurs. Reappearing in front of her, he grabs her arm and slams her on the ground. Did it hurt? He asks like is obvious. Only my pride, she says while getting off the ground. Punch the ground. The ground is soft, Jennifer. To us. He orders again, and this time she obeys. She punches, with a horrible form, but anyway it makes a huge crater on the ground. Oh whoa-ho-ho. Jennifer is surprised by her own strength, even a little excited. Cool huh? Idolin asks, arriving at her side. Yeah. She is smiling. Imagine if is a car with a family of 4. Easily turned in a canned tomato sauce, he says with a tone of voice that matches her excitement, but the mental image is too gruesome. She makes a face. Why do you have to say something like that? She puts her hand on her mouth, because can be an easy reality if you're not seal. Imagine it, and maintain this only in the imagination. He says, pointing to his head, will be a good mental block for now. Mental blocks can be bad if you need to fight a strong opponent, but is a good immediate solution for her. And being a Hulk, when she gets angry no mental blocks will resist. So Idolin is not worried. Now, let's take away your normal human sensibilities. He says and grabs her wrist. What do you mean by that? And he flung her to the sky. So far away that she disappears into the clouds. This is more fun than I thought would be. Maybe I really have some affinity for being a teacher. Idolin says to himself before following Jennifer that is vertically flying. She screams at the top of her lungs. At some point, almost leaving the atmosphere, she reaches her highest point and starts falling. Her screaming, which stopped for a moment, starts again. Idolin appears at her side upside down and speaks annoyingly calmly to her. Calm down. You will not get hurt. She looks to the ground that is so distant. I will obviously get hurt. And don't tell me to calm down. She tries to grab him, but he maintains himself out of her range, annoying her even more. You're an asshole. Relax, I will catch you. He says, seriously? No. Arg. Boom, she finally falls like a bomb. While getting out of the crater furious, she sees Idolin landing on the ground with the grace of a feather. She breathes heavily. You're not hurt, he says with a smile. This only makes her even madder. With a growl, she launches herself against Idolin. And he easily again redirects the attack, making her crash to the ground. Strength without purpose is useless. He says, calm down, Jennifer. Remember the problem that your cousin has because of anger. Are you gonna let this control you too? He says while holding her in submission. She growls and breathes heavily, but in some minutes she starts to calm down again. Okay, she says between deep breaths. Idolin finally releases her. Now to the next step. You will like it. He says, I doubt it. I hate you already, by the way. She murmurs. He only smiles at her. Raising his arms so that they became horizontal to the ground, he says, punch me. What? Punch me. Time to test your strength against me. I will also teach you some basic stuff on how to properly control it. Are you serious? She asks incredulously. Yes. She starts grinning and even cracks her knuckles. Now this? I like this. She advances. Asshole. She gives a battle cry while going to punch Idolin's chest. He only shakes his head and rolls his eyes. So childish, he says in a low voice. New York, front of the Baxter Building. Hours later, a black mist portal is open on the sidewalk of the Baxter Building. From it, Idolin and Jennifer get off. Idolin looks pristine as ever. Not even a speck of dust taints his figure. Jennifer, on the other hand, she is a little dirty. Her hair is a mess that she tries to control, even being a little successful, and she is rolling her shoulders and groaning. Ugh, you left me all sore. Why do you need to be so rough? She pouts and smirks at him. The two are a little closer now. They spend hours together after all. Idolin, as always, ignores her. She then notices the people around her. They are taking off their phones to take pictures of them. She looks a little self-conscious now. She can't turn back to normal, no matter how hard she tried. She is uncomfortable a little from the attention. Idolin waves at some fans that shouted his name. "Wave too, Jennifer." He says, "Why?" she asks but raises her hand all the same. Some loud gasps are heard from her action. Without losing time, Idolin enters the building and she follows him. "You didn't make a first good impression. Now you showed that you are a rational Hulk." He answers her. "Oh." She understands and makes a surprised face before smiling broadly. "You're a surprisingly nice and considerate guy, huh?" She elbows him. He ignores her and only says, "Strong enough to destroy a brick wall." "Ugh." She groans. To help her control her strength, Idolin is always saying the destruction that would be caused by her actions is effective but annoying. They take elevator together like normal people. "So, do you have a girlfriend?" she asks half joking. Idolin doesn't react initially. No. He ended up answering, "Oh, as expected. You're so frumpy," she says. Maybe yeet her into orbit was not a bad idea after all. Ping. After the doors of the elevator are open, they walk to one of Reed's labs. Is there that Idolin can see that everyone is assembled. Opening the door to the lab, they saw Susan, Ben, Bruce, and even Stark talking. The three looked worried and nervous. Reed is there too, but he is leaning over one of his machines, stretching himself. The opening of the doors attracted the attention of everyone. "Bruce." Jen shouts, "Jen." The doctor exclaims. And then taking a good look, "Jen?" "Yes. It's me," she says and goes to hug her cousin. "Don't crush him." Idolin's calm voice is heard before they make contact. Jennifer stops and carefully gives small taps on Bruce's shoulder. "Idolin." Banner greets Dr. Banner. "Everyone." He nods 2 times. "Jen, but, well." Bruce stutters while looking at his cousin. "Nice, huh?" And she strikes a pose. "You don't have another personality? Is it really you?" Ben and Susan ask respectively. "So not another Harlem? Cool." Stark says, "Remarkable." Reed comments, "So you're fully aware, Ms. Walters?" "Yep. Totally." "But how? Is this jealousy that I'm feeling?" Bruce frowns. "Share your secret, please." He jokes afterward, "Hee. No idea. Sorry, cousin. Maybe is my feminine side." She shrugs her shoulder. "All women are bipolar, so." Jokes aside. Idolin interrupts the laughs, while Ms. Walters here don't have another alter ego like Dr. Banner. She can't turn back. "Wait, really?" Banner frowns. "Yes. We win some, we lose some." Jennifer says with a sad smile, "We should study it more deeply." Reed comments, "If we can take Banner's ability to turn back and Jennifer's control and fuse to you too, we'll be perfect." Ben resumes, "The situation would be the ideal. But the priority now is to acclimate Ms. Walters to her new powers and life. I hope you guys can do it. I could only help with the basics." Idolin says, "Look at you, Walters. I thought that we are closer than that." She puts her arm over Idolin's shoulder. He as always ignores it. "Damn, I'm tall now." "You're so small, Susan." Heh. She laughs. She is now 6 feet 7 inches, and she only had Idolin's 6 feet 4 inches height as a comparison till now. Seeing Susan and the rest makes her realizes that she grew a lot. At this moment, Human Torch passes through one of the giant open windows. "I come the fastest that I could." Johnny Storm says. Susan rolls her eyes. "I called you hours ago. The fastest I could. But some girls are so slow and..." He starts, but Susan raises her hand to stop whatever gross thing he would say. "Oh, hello, beautiful," Johnny says to Jennifer, giving her a lewd once-over. Susan facepalms in embarrassment. "Susan, permission to slap you, brother?" Jennifer says, "Denied for now." Susan sighs. "Hey, Idolin." Johnny greets enthusiastically. Idolan nods at him. About that interview. You said that I am overeager. Not cool, man. Look. And he starts talking, but Idolan interrupts. I have things to do. 2 last things. Ms. Walters. Refrain from sexual intercourse for now. Human Torch here remembered me of it. Idolan says. Jennifer raises her eyebrows. Obviously, only you can judge your own control. But remember that there are involuntary muscle contractions too. He says and grabs a metal pipe on a table. And squeeze it till became very thin. All men groan and wince in pain in unison. Okay. Jennifer says, a little put off by her own capability of castrating men unintentionally, but would be no problem if the partner is strong too, right? She smiles salaciously while bringing Idolan even close. She even winks at him. Was she like that before? Idolan asks the mouth agape Bruce. No. So, some sort of behavior change can be a side effect of the transformation. Some loss of inhibition and increased confidence. Be mindful of it. Idolan says professionally. My personality changed. Jennifer frowns while looking at her own hands. Maybe a little. Idolan answers, second. Why are you building a portal to the negative zone in the middle of New York? Idolan massages his temples and looks tiredly to read. Everyone looks to Mr. Fantastic weirdly. The man himself eyes widen for a moment before he talks. So is really possible to go to this subspace? And negative zone. Idolan sighs, a dimension of negative matter. By the way, your calculus doesn't consider that the matter modulator would have problems by the lack of positive matter on the other side, making it form a small singularity to stabilize the space between the 2 dimensions. Idolan explains, this would suck everything nearby in an area of 20 meters. I can almost smell this being a plot of some Fantastic Four adventure. Someone is caught on this and they go to rescue. Ugh. He thinks. Negative zone? And how do you know it? Stark asks, I started a portal like this some time ago, but stopped in the planning phase. Apparently there are life forms on the other side, so no need to go there for now. He explains it is true that he himself start projecting one portal, but is simply not his priority at the moment. And he can always cheat with D4C. But you doing this in the middle of New York? He admonishes, seriously, by an island or something. Idolan sighs, we lack funds for an island. Susan comments. Idolan looks at her. Must be hard for you. He says, imagining how she handles these people. Her brother and Reed. She smiles, catching his meaning. Idolan goes to say his farewell but notices something. He looks at Susan. Her heart is beating a little faster and her pupils dilated slightly. Hell nah. Don't look at me like that. He thinks, well, bye. He passes behind a machine and disappears. In truth, Susan can be considered as sapiosexual. Someone that is attracted to intelligent people. Ambitious and hardworking people too. And Idolan falls into all of these categories, so is not weird for a small crush to form. In truth, the number that Susans in the multiverse that stay together with Reed is not as high as expected. Most of the Reeds are part of the Council of Reeds. So is not weird if Reed is just a little more workaholic than the 616 version, their relationship would stay stagnant. But this is not something that Idolan wants to deal now. In the laboratory, sometime after Idolan left. Tony Stark left a little later, after he talked with Reed a little about a partnership in some projects. Bruce stayed to talk with Jennifer. They're calling you She-Hulk already. Johnny comments, showing his smartphone. Jennifer frowns, don't like it. Hulk came from bulk, right? I'm not bulky. She says. Susan looks at her. Well, you are. She laughs. This. Jennifer passes her hand through her body, is thickness. I'm thick now. So calls me she thick. He jokes, ha. I think will not be popular. Susan says, is true that you went around almost naked, Jen? Johnny asks, oh God. I was literally but naked. She raised her hands to her head. My life is destroyed. Relax, check it out. Johnny says, showing his smartphone. Again there's footage of the She-Hulk. But strangely nothing R18 is shown. He shows another footage and again nothing interesting is shown. Everyone is like that. People reported that their phones were locked for some time and some videos are deleted. Human Torch says, Eidolon must have done this. Susan arrives at the conclusion he censored dozed of phones remotely. He is the enemy of men. Johnny comments make him earns a slap on his head. Well, look at that. It appears that I can still marry. Another thing to thank him later. She-Hulk says before smiling mischievously, or reward. She pokes the side of Susan full of innuendo. Susan blushes a little. I really don't need to hear that. Bruce says. Then, hello there. A chapter showing the MC Traino F thoughts, worries, works and other things. Setting the ground for the next arcs. And She-Hulk, huh? See? She is not perfect here. So easy to make her more fun and likable? You liked the little that you saw of her? Disney contracts me. Next chapter, the weighted X-Men visit. By the way, tomorrow January 23rd is my birthday. Send me wishes of health so that I can continue write this story. Bye-bye. Till next time. Another day of a main character in Marvel. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. One is born with a unique set of talents and abilities. One must choose which of those talents to nurture, which to ignore completely. Sometimes the choice is obvious. Other times, the hints and proddings are more obscure. Then, one may need to undergo several regimens of training and sample several different professions before determining where one's strongest talents lie. Grand Admiral Thrawn, Star Wars. In Ahoy. Little author note here. So because of the nature of the FIC, now I have the habit of always watching shows, animes, movies and read mangas and books with one thing in mind. Can this be used in my story? And I now at least start to watch anything to see if I can turn in material to this story. And story arc, a card? So, I made a mistake again, my brothers. I watched the new series Velma, and it is bad. Now I'm really convinced that these people that write these news series bad like that on purpose, maybe they're at war against us. The fans of the classic. And if we hate it, they say that we are the problem. Fred, remember what I talked about all white males nowadays being caricatures? Yeah, that series only proved me right. I'm sad. Well, at least Puss in Boots is year. Pride of the VA of Deathwolf being BR. Another side note. I was researching Blade and other supernatural things from Marvel to the Vampire Hunt arc, and discovered that there's a character called Caretaker and can make portals too. Exactly, Lyle Isabella. I swear that it was a coincidence. Should I change Isabella's codename? Readers, author, you can't deceive us. We know that you're planning a vampire arc only to use the gacha to give the MC Sarah's Victoria, Lady Demistrique and other vampire babes. Author, yes. Refuses to elaborate further. Little spoiler jokes aside, the vampire arc is really to give the MC nice cards like Alucard, Helsing, Caddis Etrama D. Rizel and Castlevania, games and Netflix show. Any idea of other vampire-related things? Recap. In the last chapters our MC summoned Cassandra, Chun-Li and others. The Eidolon interview is the first interview of a mutant in history. His words cause great repercussions and unforeseeable consequences. Jennifer Walters finally awakes as the She-Hulk and receives Eidolon's help to control her strength. In an unknown place in a small and poorly lit room, a young woman is sitting in a small bed hugging her knees while her eyes are focused on the small and grainy TV in the corner. One day I will reach you too. Eidolon says on the TV while looking directly to the camera. A message to his fellows Metas. The teenager with dark and unkempt hair doesn't even blink while watching the reprise of the interview. Knock knock asterisk 2 strong knocks assault the metal door before someone unceremoniously opens it. An older woman, using a medical coat, enters the small room and turns off the TV without asking permission. Time to your exercises, she said. The young woman's eyes glow red for an instant. Unnoticed by the newcomer. No, not red. Scarlet. Jennifer Walters, POV, Baxter Building, New York. So, let's see if I understand. While I was sleeping, New York was attacked by 2 Norse gods that used a cosmic artifact to open 2 portals so that an army of frost giants and an army of technorganic lizard aliens invades. I say while watching the footage of the incident, or the invasion, depends on how you want to call it. Bruce says at my side. Pretty much like that. Seuss too. And to fight against it, Captain America resurrected from the ice. Another Norse god appeared to help. You, Bruce, I point at him, still in disbelief that he actually used the Hulk, a Russian spy, and a guy with a bow and arrow. I'm the one that sees that his group is a little unbalanced? Bruce laughs. And then a super strong mutant, metahuman, appears to help with his group. Yes. You forgot some people though. Bruce says, like us. Sue adds, sorry, but you guys, Stark and Spider-Man, are old news. I say, and Sue makes a fake affronted face that makes me smile. Even the Pym couple I know. I remember Bruce talked about them in the past. But it appears that we know nothing at all. Wait till you watch Idolan's interview. Sue comments with a smile, very eye-opening. Bruce smiles too. Look, they look like kids that know some spoiler from a movie and want to tease me about it. I can go back to the coma and continue blissfully ignorant? I'm feeling like I'm not gonna like to watch it because of your smug faces. I think nowadays is almost a necessity to watch that interview. Bruce says while adjusting his glasses, anyway, you can continue to watch it later. Idolan's fight with Thor and the interview. Let's go meditate a little, shall we? I still don't feel the need of it, but I'm not doing anything either. I say truthfully. My problem is different from Bruce's. But he asked me to do it with him because we never know if my symptoms will increase. Maybe tomorrow I will have problems like this, so it's to the best that I prevent it now. And Idolan also commented that would be good for me. That even he meditates daily, something about the connection of body and mind and blah, blah, blah. After I and Bruce walk a little, we arrive at the gym of the Baxter Building. There's some interesting equipment here for super strong people like Ben. And me now. Ben even brought me here before. Reed said that my rock physiology is not like a muscle when we talked about growth. No fibers or something like that. Ben said to me before, but it's good to be aware of my body and know my limits, so come here often. Old habits die hard. And another good part is that I can eat a lot and I don't get fat and will not have health problems. And he laughed loudly. Apparently, I also have a good metabolism, as we tested. So I can eat as much as I like. This transformation has its perks. And I also like to exercise, discovered it recently too. Or maybe is something new. We're cataloging possible changes in my behavior. So, now that you're more than a fugitive, you and Betty? I ask Bruce after we sat down on our respective mats. Bruce makes a difficult expression. We still haven't talked yet. He says, translating, knowing you haven't tried to talk with her. I say, why? I ask, Thesis, you must think that everything is going well now, but to me is like the calm before the storm. At any moment, everything can go wrong again. So, he sighs without completing. He is afraid of messing up. It's gonna be all right now, Bruce. It's different from the past. There are people that can help you, like the Fantastic Four and Stark. And even people that can contain you if you go. Like Idolan or Thor. I try to argue, but he doesn't look very much convinced. And then we go to meditate. Respiration, emptying my mind, all that stuff. But to me is so hard. I'm so full of energy. I want to do something. Punch something maybe. Looking back now, was surprisingly fun training with Idolan. Using a lot of my strength, destroying some things. Should I find a place to let it go? I can't go to Peru that easily. Maybe a beach and go swimming? Swimming is one of the most strenuous physical activities, and the water must dampen my strength. People wouldn't find it weird if I go out, right? I mean, I have seen how people responded to my transformation. The media is still shit-talking about the dangers and asking for clarification. The internet, though, allowed me to see what the public really thinks, and, with the exception of people asking to have their pelvis crushed by me, the rest is really taking my existence pretty well. Probably because I was with Idolin at that time. He purposefully opened a portal in the middle of the street for me to be seen acting rationally. And because of Bruce too. Bruce created a good precedent for me. I'm really grateful for that. I know that his life has been hard these last couple of years because of the Hulk. Well, his life has been hard since forever. Since he is a child with a scumbag abuser of a father, he always comes to play in my house to escape. Bruce has taken all the blunt of being a Hulk, and thanks to him conquering his fears and prejudices and stepping out to fight with the others, many people like and accept him now. And consequently accepted me more easily. And for that, I'm grateful, and I listen to him about the whole Hulk thing. Maybe I can help him now, even if it's just a little. You know. I start talking, making him open his eyes to look at me. Idolin himself said that he is the world's greatest power specialist. Maybe he can help you. I'm thankful for the thought, I really am, but I don't think he can help. I'm not a mutant, or a meta by his classification. Bruce says unconvinced, he helped me. Control strength is different from control, this. He says, pointing to his interior, trying to show that he is signaling the Hulk. Idolin said that many people don't control their powers properly because of the lack of use. A common circumstance when people has strong and destructive powers. I said, looking at him, this he can't deny, I can't practice. He says exactly what I want, maybe you can now. You lacked a training partner before. Now there's Idolin, Ben, or even Thor if he comes back. They can keep you in check if you lost control. Go to a deserted island. Heck, there's me too. I can't say that I know a lot, but if you get out of control I can punch you in the head and make you comport yourself like I used to do when we are children. Ha, I say. He laughs a little, but does not answer. Just think about it, cousin. I decide to say nothing more. Trying too hard to convince can have the opposite effect. Bruce can be really stubborn in some things related to him. But it's not a bad idea after all. I know firsthand how Idolin is strong. When I punched him many times he doesn't even move. He said that I have untapped potential and I'm very weak for a Hulk, but the fact stands. He is strong. I wonder if he will visit? I can throw my idea to him. Maybe he can even kidnap Bruce too. Now I want to see that. I remember he is a good teacher too, attentive, talks well with his deep and smooth voice. His hands and muscles that I could see glimpses of it when his mantle is moved by the wind. Bruce, I'm horny. I say with no shame to my cousin. He sighs heavily. But I don't need to know this. Maybe you need. I decide to tease. Maybe an increase in libido is a side effect, you know? You could have talked about this with Ms. Storm. But I wouldn't have seen your annoyed face. I say, poking him on the nose like I did when we are children. Another thing that I noticed after my transformation, I have little to no filter. I almost always ended up saying what is on my mind. I problem to my career as a lawyer. Cortana POV. As I watch my master's training, I get more and more convinced that he is some sort of freaky. Right now, in the training ground 01 of the space station Zeta, he is only in his boxers while sitting in the air in a meditative pose. That would not be weird if he is meditating and training his mental powers, but he is going beyond that and training his body. He is doing muscle training too. The application of force goes beyond simply using my physical strength, is more like an act of conscious will, using my mind. Because of this I can vary and apply 1 kilogram of pressure, 1 ton of pressure. 100 tons of pressure using exactly the same movement of my body. He said before, and he continued, and because of that I can do muscle training without the need for heavy machinery. I can use my own strength to put pressure on every muscle fiber of my body. What better gym equipment than myself? Ha. He explained his training to us earlier that Shago woman said that this is fucking bullshittery, and even if I don't agree with her choice of words, I can understand the sentiment. The level of concentration, focus, and multitasking ability to accomplish that is ridiculous and not something that you can expect of a human mind. And this is not all. Enveloping him is a sphere of 5 meters in diameter of unknown energies that he can train. Is a perfect sphere, nothing escapes from it and is not even affecting the surroundings beyond its limits. To a human eye is possible faintly see my master figure inside, in the middle of stormy distortions of space together with flashes of golden and white light that shine occasionally. My sensors indicate that in the interior of the sphere, the temperature and pressure are at astronomical levels. In some years of growth, and if my master stops holding back, I think would be possible for him to create a singularity using this method. And this is only him training. The sphere starts to recede and my master figure is finally visible. The training is over for today. Now is possible to see him clearly as he exhales and opens his eyes while his feet touch the ground. There's a sheen of sweat in his powerful muscles and some prominent veins run through his body. Screenshot that woman Shago asked for it. He rolls his shoulders and cleans himself with his powers. Hector POV, working out is great. Today is one of the rare days where I can do my training for more than an hour. Sometimes I need to cut my training short for some reason or I can't keep up with the mental exhaustion of doing many things. I still prioritize control over growth. With every assimilation I will grow strong, so is better that I always have flawless control of my body, powers and energies. Bruce once told me that is needed to train every part of the body so that when you want to move it, you will move it. I can proudly say that my mind and body connection is excellent, and I plan to keep it this way. Today I could train till I feel that burning sensation of a good workout. A rare feeling to me and will probably become even more difficult to accomplish with time. Looking at my hand and forearm, I clench my fist strongly, the veins jump, and I ask myself how strong I am with only my physical strength. I can't test it without causing great destruction. All my support powers are growing strong. Like one for all. At a really surprisingly fast rate. Sometimes a weak body grows strong to adapt to a stronger power. The reciprocal can be true as well. I think one for all is growing so fast to keep up with my already strong body. The power has been stimulated and is passively getting stronger. After taking another deep breath, I let my body deflate, for the lack of a better word. What I mean is, I have 3 body types. My normal that I was while training, my Eidolon version that is more muscular and taller, literally an older version of myself, and my civilian version, smaller and with fewer muscles but still ripped. Very easy to hide with baggy clothes. Even my civilian version is great for my age. I have to tell you, very aesthetically pleasing. I use a power to make a mirror-like surface in the air and flex a little and then turn around. Raising my hands higher than my shoulders, I put pressure and demon back. So cool, and a little weird. How my back has abs. And look, now my back is laughing. And now is crying. And now is angry. I play with changing my back expressions for a little. Well, the demon back only appears when I put an effort, so is okay. My normal body would be too weird for a 16-year-old to have. Sorry, I'm not in an American movie where high school characters are played by 30-year-olds. And the time that passed since I was a skinny kid is too short. With time I will be capable of using my normal body in my civilian identity. Did anything happen while I was training, Cortana? I ask my dependable AI. Nothing out of ordinary, master. The world is at its normal peace. She says, appearing at my side. Normal peace, huh? So not in peace at all, just no problem worth my attention for now. Kerbanig, come here. I say to my recently summoned pet. Yes, this is his name now. But I will probably shorten it in the future. The white and fluffy rabbit obeys, abandoning the meat that he was eating before in the corner of the training room. Yep, he eats meat. I tested his ability with some bots, and let's say that I had flashbacks of when Kars became the ultimate life form and make his hand become a squirrel and killed a bunch of soldiers. The movie where he originated has a shitty budget that gives it charm, so here he moves like a white streak of lighting. The little thing can break the sound barrier, and his mouth can open to ridiculous proportions to show many-inch-long teeth. Sitting on the ground, he comes to snuggle with me. Aren't you the cutest killing machine? I say, petting the white ball of death. I brought him here to the station to increase the relationship and keep him away from Cathalhu. Kerbanig is pretty chill, but very territorial, and boundaries are not something that a cat respect. Cathalhu even more so. Now I have 3 pets, and probably will increase even more. Gamera does literally nothing all day, very easy to take care. I enter her mind one day to see her past. In her timeline, she was never found and continued as a wild turtle all her life. She died when some sort of bird of prey caught her, flew away, and released her on a rock. So she never met Giorno and the gang in that universe. Cathalhu has no past, he is like a generic Flurkin. Kerbanig has only memories of killing and eating people. I still haven't summoned my Flora Colossus because of these observations. Apparently, he will come like Cathalhu, a generic of its species without past. I also could make him come like a sapling, by the way, like Baby Groot or already an adult. I asked myself why I could choose it now and not with Cathalhu. Must be the customizable part of the card, and I could make Cathalhu come as a little kitten if I used the background customization card. The change in appearance is solely cosmetic too. This will give it no advantage or disadvantage. And I can't choose mystic or magic trees from fiction like Yggdrasil. Too bad. Only of earth flora. Still thorn between a cherry blossom or another white tree. They're cool. And let's be honest, a Groot is no pet. I have no place to put him for now. I can't simply ground him at home, but I also can't let him alone. He could be a little too gullible, to not say idiot, and expose himself in some way. Bringing him as a sapling will take too much time for him to grow. And his teenage years will be a pain in the ass, even though he is super cute as a child. So this is what parenting feels like. I could put him with the Morlocks, but doesn't sound right. So for now I'm holding in summoning him. Not super necessary anyway. Now that I'm thinking about my summons, let's see how they're going and adapting. Summon administration time. Still sitting, my rabbit rolled in a fur ball on my lap. I open my tab to see my summoned characters. Time to check them. I already talked about the pets. Isabella. Bond relationship 8 tenths. I live with her, so I interact with her daily. She was my all-round helper before, but with the advent of Cortana, she can focus on only caring about my household. Combines with her wishes to live peacefully and is excellent to me too. Having someone to take care of these small things is a blessing, makes my life easier. Shago also has a bond relationship of 8 tenths even if she was summoned after Isabella. Strange if even with the same number, our relationships grew in different ways. Shago is overall lazy but is surprisingly fired up in making her club. And even if she say that don't like doing hero work, sometimes she goes with Helena to patrol. Most of the time, she is simply enjoying life. Isn't her life too easy? Damn, I'm a good employer. Helena. 7 out of 10 in bond relationship. Lower than the other two, but this fact is attributed more to her former world and natural suspicion. Before she was always 2 points lower in bond relationship when compared with the other two. Is only 1 point now, so is a progress. She likes to constantly do hero work and patrol. Old habits die hard apparently. She is as much active as Spider-Man. But is not always that she works in New York. With the advantages of teleportation, she is active in many cities. Especially Detroit. That city needs it, not gonna lie. Helena is a good someone to talk to, because her world is very similar to Marvel, is literally the competition and twin multiverse. Our relationship is platonic. Very different from my relationship with Shago in that the sexual tension needs to be cut by the sword of actuation. Is close but not as much as the others. 3/10 in bond relationship. Passing the thresholds of multiples of 3 is always a little hard, I noticed. 3 to 4, 6 to 7. And must be hard to achieve 10 to. No one reached this level yet? Well, except for the two special cases. Gigantomachia and Cortana. Machia is a fanatic and living proof that is much better to summon the followers types of characters. He is always with the Morlocks. Sometimes I visit him to talk with him. But I'm curious if it's possible for the bond relationship to go down. I think the image of All for One is already replaced by me in his heart. And Cortana? Well, nothing to complain about her. Best acquisition ever. And I noticed she was more alive than I thought she would be, so her feelings for me go beyond the expected. I'm not that dense. We are connected. Use the 10th level in a relationship with a woman always romantic love? I don't see myself and Isabella like that, or even Helena. But a very long life can have unlimited possibilities. I will not exclude anything from happening right now. Who knows, maybe Helena will be the mother of my children one day. One of them at least. Cassandra surprisingly is already 4 out of 10 in bond relationship. Well, if you think about it, she is young and is living with me. I used the background customization card to give her an identity, but she said that she has no interest in school. So she is watching TV and eats good food most of the day. Obviously, she trains daily too, and goes on patrol with me at least 3 times a week. But her life is good. Again, I'm such a good employer. Recently Isabella started giving her the education that she needed, so no problem with her don't go to school. Now, to my secondary summons, if you want to call them like that. The ones that I let to their own devices after I established some objectives/missions and rules. Siko is an interesting case because she can be considered a secondary summon, and not at the same time, like Edna. She has a surprising bond relationship of 7/10. Probably because I helped her with her issue. One of them at least. And she is very submissive. I still remember that interesting day when I visited her after she made her unexpected debut. On a certain day, some sort of 3 meters warrior robots appeared and caused havoc in the streets of her city. Typical Japan. If a monster giant attacks, I will not be surprised. Fun fact, Godzilla is part of Marvel, so. Anyway, Siko then appeared to stop the malfunctioning robots, probably an attempt to copy Stark Tech, in all her purple female samurai glory. With her half-Hanya mask she dispatched the things pretty easily and I have to admit, in an incredibly cool way. Now she is very popular and at that time her obi has the SCP symbol hanging from her waist, so people connected the dots that she is one of mine. So she is the talk of the town and people are also asking themselves how many more of the SCP group are around the globe. Good, continue guessing. More will appear eventually. Search now and be disappointed by discovering nothing. Flashback, third-person POV. After Siko appeared on TV, Hector warned that he would visit later and cleared any doubt that she would be punished. For some reason this was a worry of Siko's part. To arrive at Siko's home, Hector unceremoniously teleported inside but only beyond the front door to take off his shoes. He knows basic education from the place. To his surprise, Siko is waiting for him in a seiza. Kneeling at the front door with her hands on her thighs to welcome him very traditionally. Welcome to my humble abode. Gashijin-sama. She says bowing. The last part is said with a twinkle in her eyes and a little smirk. Hector groans, "You're too much in contact with Shago." Hector deduces, "She said that you have an Asian fetish and this would please you." Siko says with a teasing smile. Even if Hector is the master, he is not protected from some teasing from his summons. Siko's eyes shine again and she continues, "Do you want to have dinner? Or maybe take a bath? Or maybe do you want me dash washer?" She teased but is interrupted. "Oh, Let's talk business, he says, taking a deep breath and covering his eyes. His weeb heart is being very stimulated. Is becoming harder and harder to keep my stoicism. He sighs mentally, but I'm living the dream. Thank you, Gacha. He thinks after walking a little the two arrive at a room where a bunch of trash is on the floor. Not trash, but the leftover parts of the robots that Seiko destroyed. Here, these are the important parts that you said to separate and tell Isabella to transport. She says good. Why don't take everything though? Lets them think that we know little about them. Hector says while bringing some pieces close to him with telekinesis. A very bastard version of the arc reactor. No adamantium, huh? As expected. You cut through it pretty easily, even with a wooden sword. Looks like an early design to the silver samurais. He analyzes Yashida, an influential family. Close ties with the imperial family. Seiko says, I know. What are you gonna do? Seiko asks, to them? Nothing for now. I want to do some things before making contact with them. He says while thinking about his plans. There's an order to everything. But let's have a spar. It has been a while, huh? He suddenly says to Seiko and she smiles back. They moved to the dojo. From her wrists, Seiko makes two wooden swords. One of her powers that was given by Hector. I will go with my fists, he says after being offered one of the swords, and take a real sword too. He says to her surprise. After a second she goes to take a real sword from the wall and assumes position. The spar that they will partake in is more of a minigame. The two will stay at a close distance and attack in turns while the other defends. Is a little similar to Ryu's training of Nin that Killua and Gon made in the Greed Island arc. While Hector assumes a relaxed stance, with his right hand lowered to his waist level while the left hand protects the left side of his face. His left foot is a little too much forward too, remembering a Muay Thai fighting stance, I see. Without weapons, that means he can attack with all of his limbs. This will be tricky. Seiko thinks while assuming a standard Chudno-kami. One of the initial body positions used in kendo. And the most standard and basic position. With the sword slightly raised in front of her body, he wants to test my vision. She guesses. You first. Hector says Seiko doesn't hesitate. Giving a half step forward, she raises her sword and goes with a downward slash in Hector's right unprotected shoulder. Equalizing her speed, Hector moves his torso, making the sword miss. After this exchange, they assume their initial position again. Seiko will attack again because Hector dodged. This time she goes with a horizontal slash on the right side of his torso. Hector, still using the same speed, raises his right hand and lowers the left hand and catches the blade between his palms. Your feet are betraying you, Seiko. He advises. She takes a breath while observing him with attention. It's his turn now that he defended. He rotates his hips a little, making her eyes go to his left. At this moment his raised left hand suddenly goes down on her shoulder with a chop. He is still using her level of speed. She dodges a little flustered because she was preparing to defend from her left, falling for such obvious feint. He admonishes. She blushes a little in shame but says nothing. They're too close, is hard for her eyes to look at all the parts of his body simultaneously. This is one of the main points of this minigame. And is not like I can guess anything looking at his eyes either. Seiko thinks while glancing at his face. An impassive face and calm eyes. Blue eyes like a calm and windless lake reflecting the sky. Is said that the eyes are the windows of the soul, and that is possible to see through lies and the real nature of a person if you look into their eyes. But a person can't see through Hector's eyes. They can't see his depths through these windows, they can only see their own reflections. Nothing more. In the past, in a moment of meditation, Hector has this epiphany while looking at his inner world. The great expanse of a lake reflects the starry sky above. Like his eyes, which never show what is beneath them, only the reflection of the person that he is seeing and interacting. Hector noticed that this is a representation of his way of acting. He can be good, bad, or neutral to people. His way of acting only depends on the people reflected in his eyes. He is not a saint to everyone without reason, but he is not a monster to everyone either if they don't cross his line. He attacks again, a casual jab aimed at her face. Siko retracts the sword and turns the flat of the blade to stop the attack. Another disadvantage that she has now. Can only defend with her katana, a weapon mainly used to attack. And she has only one katana right now. But that is her path. She uses katanas. In many moments, she will eventually find herself fighting against people with a weapon's advantage. No is her turn to attack again. She feints with a diagonal slash, but in truth goes with a stab in Hector's chest. He uses the joints of his index and middle fingers to tap the side of the blade, changing its course. And the game spar goes on. Slowly they increase the speed and strength of the attacks. Siko is hit 3 more times. She received a very well punch in the stomach because he hasn't put in enough strength to stop the attack. A kick on her shin after she just dodged the same kick in the same spot. She hasn't expected Hector to attack the same place 2 times in a row, and because of the high speed, she was off balance. And the last attack would fall in her face. Hector's 2 fingers would gouge her eyes out, but he stopped and just jokingly catches her nose and makes fun of her. Like is some sort of tacit agreement, the 2 of them start to use Nen, training Gyo and Ryu, and still increasing the speed. After a little more time and 2 more hits that Siko received, she start using Haki. With a still equalized speed, they exchange hundreds of attacks in a few seconds. When the attacks became invisible to the naked eye of even trained fighters, Siko started using observation Haki. From the outside would be possible to see the 2 staring at each other while blurring and after images appearing around them. At some point, when it's Siko's turn to attack, she goes for Hector's neck, already waiting for him to defend and observing the rest of his body to see how he will counterattack. But he didn't move. Exclamation point. Surprise assaults her eyes, seeing the blade almost touching his unprotected skin. He even tilted his neck to the side while smiling at her to give her a clean cut. But she stops brusquely and retracts the attack. Her actions made her arm bones hurt a little, but she succeeds in stopping her attack. Hector's gaze studies Siko while he abandons his fighting stance. Why did you stop? I even retract my aura and other resistances. Well, even so, your blade would only cut 1 centimeter deep anyway. He says that's a point of study to Hector. How much the summons could hurt him and how they're stopped to do so. Can they accidentally hurt him? He already proved that if he commanded, a summon can attack him. But that time with Uvijin himself was certain that wouldn't kill Hector. Because he holds himself back earlier. Would some invisible force stop the summon if they use fatal force against him? Or is it just a mental suggestion? If a master meta controls them, something will stop them? Can they even be stolen from his control? Reflex, I think. Siko answers, stammering a little. Her answer doesn't help Hector. So he decided to let the matter rest for now, and he will continue with Small's test in the future. Did you ever cut someone before, Siko? The person I mean. No. She gave bruises and broken bones, but she never cut someone. Do you want to try it? Hector asks with a glint in his gaze. I'm planning an attack on a certain group of people. Bad and disposable people. She watches her, shuddering a little. The implication of his words brings excitement and anticipation. None of this escaped Hector's eyes. But now I feel that maybe is not appropriate. He starts and puts on a pensive expression. Siko's eyes widen a little in disappointment. Thinking that her display of hesitation made Hector have second thoughts about bringing her to the said attack. I'm ready. I will do as you command. She says, too eagerly, making Hector chuckle and think she is cute. It's easy to forget that she is a normal, high school girl sometimes. Relax. I will bring you. Will be a good test and initiation. I'm just thinking that would be a waste that your first experience be with some low-level cannon fodder. He says, giving a step closer and grabbing the handle of her sword. His hand is big enough to encompass her two smaller hands and her sword. Your first time shouldn't be special? He says with a smirk full of innuendo, making her blush. Still holding her hands and looking directly into her eyes, she uses 2 fingers of the other hand to grab the blade and point to his own chest. The feeling of your sword passing through the elastic skin, muscles full of pulsating blood and bones. What about trying it now? To not feel any surprise or disgust in the crucial moment. He gives reasons, but his mouth and eyes are still playful, putting his own nen, haki, energy and strength in the blade. He leads the point even close to his chest. Siko's eyes are wide as they can get while her gaze flicks from his face to his chest and then settle on his face. On his eyes. Don't worry. I can assure you that will not hurt. He continues with the innuendos. Right now her face is absolutely red. She wants to turn around but can't break eye contact. The sword inches closer and closer. She shudders when she felt the first obstruction of the skin, and then shudders even stronger when the sword surpasses it and slides smoothly into his chest muscles. Hector continues to hold her strongly and bring her closer. Not only the sword, but Siko herself is also approaching slowly and unconsciously at him. When the sword hits his ribs, she is already biting her lower lip. And when cuts through his rib cage and approaches his heart, she is panting heavily. And then abruptly Hector strikes. Pulling her with a sudden burst of strength, he droves the sword through his chest completely, passing his heart and getting out on his back. Siko falls in his arms with her legs weak. She leans on his larger frame because she didn't trust her trembling legs at the moment. See? Is just meat, bone and blood. Hector says nonchalantly while a hand hugs her small waist and the other finally leaves the handle of the sword. With the katana buried till the guard, Siko lowers her head to hide her face while feeling Hector's hot blood on her fingers. You can take it out now, he says. She hesitates for a moment, wanting to enjoy the moment a little more. But eventually, she removes the katana in a swift motion that again brings some sort of ecstasy to her and assaults her nether region. She moans. She really let escape a moan. Hector decides to not comment. He chuckles again. You're so fun to tease, Siko. I'm glad that you did it now. You could have been overwhelmed if unprepared. He says, making her blush that was receding come back to her cheeks. Is not unsightly? She asks finally and turns her gaze away. I already said before, no part of you is unsightly, Siko. I can and want to accept everything from you. He removes some strands of her that were glued on her face because of the sweat and look at her kindly now. Already healed. He points to his chest. Oh. I need to go. The blood will evaporate in no time. Bye. He pats her head 2 times before disappearing. Siko doesn't move from her spot even after Hector leaves. She is staring dazedly at her katana. The blade is red with her master's blood. She can still feel the sensations of a minute ago, the blade going through his body, his hand holding hers, the lewdest part of this whole ordeal obviously, his breath when he was close, and his hug. When steam starts to appear, showing that the blood is evaporating, her eyes go wide again and she seems to hesitate for a moment before her eyes became hooded. She raises her katana a little and lowers her head. Her pink tongue wets her cherry lips once before being extended out of her mouth. With the tip, she touches the almost hot burning blood and moans. She likes the metallic taste and likes to know that is her master taste. Seeing the blood disappearing even faster takes her off her daze, and she runs her tongue on the side of her blade with more enthusiasm, more passion. Her imagination went wide. Imagining that is another thing. Imagine Hector's hands in her hair while he looks down at her. Sometimes with cold eyes, sometimes with kind eyes. But independently of how he looks at her, she shudders slightly. She falls to her knees. Her legs are finally giving up, but she doesn't care. Her free hand goes to her waistband and very fast goes into her pants to find her already wet privates. She moans on the ground while her hand and tongue move fast. Hector-san ichinjits. Gashijin samathan. She repeats again and again before she spasms one last time strongly and goes still. Her pants in the only thing heard while she stays on the ground. The katana is now shining. Probably has been for a long time and she hasn't even noticed. With a deep breath, she assumes a seiza position to center herself. Looking at her glistening sword and fingers, she murmurs to herself, "How disgraceful." After this, she goes to remove the tatami dirt by her own juices. High in the sky, an invisible Hector observes everything. "Okawe, I'm not weird from finding that hot, right? Can someone tell me? I'm starting to question my fetishes. Maybe I'm a degenerate." He says to himself while watching Sikoban's relationship go up. He shakes his head to dispel his thoughts and control his body to stop his natural reaction in his crotch. He then disappears, repeating to himself that he is not weird. And a flashback? Hector POV. I can't help but chuckle remembering Siko. Luckily, I always keep the black blood deactivated. Yes, I can change the color of the blood to look like normal red blood, but is not about tricking normal people. Someone with powers maybe could see that the blood acts and moves differently. Black blood is a little more viscous, by the way, and is not only about this skill in particular. People with super senses like the Daredevil could hear that my heartbeat rarely changes, or my body heat is a little higher than normal, that I do not sweat, my smell is different. Other people could see other things with power. My aura is different or whatever. Heck, even my way of walking can expose me. Because of this, I never let a clone take my place at school. Thankfully, I can duplicate myself now. To prevent this, I now know how to manually operate my body. To trick these people, I can increase my heartbeat and temperature, sweat at my will, dilate my pupils, and do the smallest muscle contractions to fake real facial expressions. Even my mind. The truth is, someone with a mind that cannot be read, stand out. So if, I don't know, Emma Frost decide to pass by my hospital or future college, she would notice that I'm different. Not only her, telepathy is disgustingly common power in this universe. So I already made my countermeasure, a fake mind. While I'm on my civilian identity, my true mind is enveloped by a fake mind that can be easily read by a telepath. I already programmed 10.504 thoughts, 2.102 images, and 564 videos memories to appear somewhat randomly or be triggered by words or events of the external world. Talk about food? I miss the hamburger of that place that closed with the invasion. My first thought when a hot woman appears in my front? Nice breasts. This I made specifically for Emma Frost. And last but not least, I let my real memories of this world, together with some fake memories, be unprotected too. The memories of my other life and the meta-knowledge is kept very secure in the deepest part of my mind. Hopefully, I have that standard transmigrator mental protection, where the gacha would protect the information that this world was a fictional universe to me. But I'm not counting too much on it. Now I'm almost secure that people can't easily figure out my identity. But I'm feeling that is impossible to hide it forever. It's okay. I just need to hold off till I'm an adult. Wanting or not, if people knew that I'm a teenager, people's respect for me would decrease. At least compared with right now. I can imagine the older heroes telling me, "Son, it's better that you stay out of this, and you don't know in what you're involving yourself." Whatever, I said that I awaken my powers at 6 years just to give myself more experience in case my real age is discovered. I always think ahead. I have 10 years of experience more than you. I could answer. So what I started as a kid? My awakening made me mature faster. Anyway, back to my summons. By the way, Cortana, you have seen that episode with Siko, right? I ask out loud. Yes. But I thought wise to not comment at that time. She answers, since I'm connected with Cortana, I'm allowing her to see and hear everything I do. is no different from when people in sci-fi have wrist devices with their AIS or some sort of chip under the skin. Even if I don't care. From now on, don't be surprised if I cut our connection to protect my and other people's privacy, okay? I say to her, "Will always be your call, master." She answers dutifully. Now continuing the inspection of my summons. Tsukasa. Only 2 out of 10 on bond relationship. Well, I literally summoned him 5 days ago and has 2 conversations with the guy. About this world and about culinary. Should be only 1/10, but I gave him super senses and talked about the infinite number of ingredients on the Omniverse. So he is a little hyped. He is a quiet and closed guy too, so is natural to progress slowly. He is in France right now, participating in gastronomic events and competitions. Knowing interests, motivations, morality, and bottom lines of my summon is super important. People like Tsukasa that want to be the best were easily moved by the infinite possibilities that they can acquire if follow my path. And obviously, always giving the right job to the right person. I ask myself when I gained such leadership skills. Well, I have a bunch of leaders assimilated, so is one of the things that I have and only notice when I use it. Agent 47 E Chun-Li are the summons that I maintained the least amount of contact. The 2 are at 1/10 in bond relationship. Agent 47 is on his own devices, working in Eastern Europe doing what he does best. Chapter 161 to 180 is ended and next chapter 181 to 200 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you.